Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Ay, ay, ay. Well, the weekend is over, which is good, but it means that we have to play more of this extremely stressful game that has suddenly become much more difficult. Oh, Broken Quest, thank you for gifting a sub to Esperator. That's very sweet. I have an ice and water. Ah, yes, me options have changed. 1, 3, 5. 1 plus 3 plus 5 is 9. God damn it. I see we're all trying to create digital roots. Max Speedo, thank you for 37 months of for tier 3 subbing. Welcome back. I hope you're having a pretty good day today. I don't know why I said it like that. One of the greatest gamers slash detectives back on the case. I wish. I don't think I deserve that title, but thank you. Yes, we're back on the case. I have a little bit of a recap to do because some things have happened. Oh yes, tunic shirt. I figured I wear this gardening and I was gardening and I didn't feel like changing my shirt, but I figured since we're doing like a puzzly game, what better what better shirt than a puzzly game? Granted, I'm not a cute little guy this time. Just a bummer. All right, let's try to let's try to do a recap, shall we?
Thank you for the wonderful streams.
I can't, my eyes aren't good enough to see that far, but thank you. Hold on, I'll thank you properly once I can see for real. So on Friday, I got an ending of sorts. Maybe? Ish? We'll say that. Hoopst. Me nanny. Hey. Thank you. Thank you for 9 months. There's still a criminal. There we go. Hello, hello. Gardenite for gardening. Do you have a tunic that says shirt on it? No. I wish I did though. Tunic speedrun today. Guys, once again, I am baffled. All of a sudden it's SGDQ season. I don't know how this happened. So, when the good VODs, when the good games happen and the VODs are up, throw them somewhere. I want to watch some of them, but I can't watch. I gotta be here. I can't hear without my glasses. I seriously can't sometimes. All right, anyway, serious stuff. So we played through the game. We we got to the room with the 9 door, but there were 2 9 doors and a coffin and a code that we couldn't interact with because this is so weird. I don't know how to explain any of this. All right, we got to the end. Dracula, no, we got to the end and there were 2 doors and I had no choices. And what ended up happening is that Santa grabbed June with a gun he got from somewhere, threatened to kill her if we didn't do what he wanted. He took Ace, himself, June, and Lotus and left through like the big main door, which meant that me and Clover and 7 were stuck, left there. And all of a sudden the coffin starts banging, and we needed some key code, but it wouldn't let me look around. And then it said to be fucking continued. And it said, unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa, which I assume was 0. And then it was like, ha ha ha, game over. Huh? And now
Santa has probably always been envious of the summer months. It was only a matter of time. July had better watch out next.
God damn. Thank you, Fractal. Now, as you can see, there's a bunch of new
Browse Sweetheart Moogle Love Karkle Run Karkle Heart.
new options here. Yak, thank you so much for 45 months of tier 3 subbing. Welcome back. I very much appreciate it. That's a huge sub. Blah. Oh, you guys started a hype train. All right. Oh, I should say, there's a million new options on this fucking screen. Also, last week, because we did Mail Down Friday, it's over here. We hit the sub goal, which means today's stream is going for 6 hours. So there's already 1 extra hour of stream. If we hit the sub goal today, the stream is going to go for 7 hours. So we could have, what the fuck? Never mind. We will have, we will have a 7-hour stream today. And who knows what that means for the video game itself. Because some big implications thingies are happening because I beat a portion of the game. I beat a run. I got an ending. I'm not sure what the verbiage is supposed to be because I don't know how many endings. Maybe there's only 2. Maybe there's 9. There's probably fucking 9 actually, now that I think about it. Okay, so DRM, thank you for gifting 24 subs. To Malakalo, section sign, the Wet Man, Minok Fox, Xenos, Zagrabor, Marogare 501, Bier 404, Saturnoyo, Befallen One, Bubstag, Satanic Verses, Mince and Mind, Captipo, Hessian X, Tweedle Noodle, Dev Digo, Lancer D 1984, Amarina
That's
Ma.
just over 9 years. If years were 8 months long, Karkle laugh.
Piebringer, Differ, Yoshida, Tough, 15, and Softcore Gamer. Thank you, DRM. All right, 7 hours today. 7 hours stream. Like the old days? Yes, like the old days. Back when there were about 10 of you. 7 hours of commercial free. Well, congrats if you got a sub. I hope you're excited. Please enjoy your bunny emotes that you will have for some month or something. If only we get 2 more hours, it would be 9 hours. I can't stream until I can eat during stream again. We can't do a 9-hour stream. That doesn't mean one will never happen. It just means that I can't right now. I'll be so hungry. Austin, thank you very much for 74 months, which could be just over 9 years, if years are a month long. Thank you for tier 2 subbing. Welcome back. Okay. Aspirator, thank you for 52 months. Okay. All right. Okay. Don't know why it popped up. Sometimes it just does it. Okay. So, as I said, I either failed or got an ending or beat the game once or whatever you're supposed to say. Again, I haven't looked up anything about this game. I don't know anything about this game other than what we have seen so far. And it's just been very interesting. So, I rewatched the ending that I got the what happened at the end, not the like story stuff, but specifically the messages I got, because obviously there's like a bunch of new stuff on this menu. And it didn't actually use any of the terms that are here. So I think I'm just supposed to hit continue. And we're going to see what happens when I do that. And if it's very clear that that's wrong, we will go back and do begin with memories. But I think it doesn't matter. Hopefully continue is whatever. We're going to find out. So, I'm going to write at the top attempt, because I think it's more of attempts than playthroughs. Attempt number 2. And we're going to do continue, and I'm going to remember to turn the audio for the game up, because if it's not 300%, it's too quiet. All right. Okay. If this is too loud, please let me know. But we're just going to hit continue and see what happens. Also, thank you for the hype train. Oh! Hold on. Hold on. There's something that's different. At the top. So is that an ending that I got? What the fuck? Also, it told me that, what did it say? God, I just rewatched it. It said that I would be able to hold the right, I believe, control pad, or just press it and it'll automatically skip any stuff that I've already seen, and it'll automatically stop if there's new stuff. So our goal, I think, is to see all the bits we didn't see, but I'm not sure. And I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be in this, I don't, whatever. So obviously we wrote down everything we did. And luckily I mostly wrote down almost every choice that I made, but the context for it's all hard. So this is interesting. So at the end of last time's, I'm going to do, I guess, if this is showing all the endings we get, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why would there only be 6 and not 9? But there's a coffin. So that's interesting. It's the coffin we saw. All right, coffin ending, question mark? Ay, it's just so confusing. All right, so what does this actually say? Would you like to resume from the point where you last saved? If you select yes, please do not turn on. Okay, yeah. It says prologue, so I'm going to say yes. This game is fiction. All names, characters, and incidents portrayed in this production are fictitious. Just like the Titanic. Fake. Here's what I want to know. Am I going to be the same guy, or will I be a different person? I think I might be the same guy. At first I thought it was 9 different playthroughs and you like get to be different people. Why does it start with a boat exploding? I don't think we exploded. I got a to be continue and I still don't know what that fucking means. Oh, right, because the boat is sinking. So in order to enact the Titanic stuff, are we in an actual boat then? This is so confusing. All right. A loud noise startled Junpei awake and his eyes snapped open. Now, if I do this, is it going to auto go? No. As they adjusted to the light, he realized that he didn't recognize. Oh, do I not? Does Junpei not remember? Ow. With a crack, Junpei's head connected with something metal. He rolled over and threw out his hand to steady himself, but he found himself groping at empty air. I need to write down that I hit continue, just in case this was incorrect. Okay. His balance lost and his still fuzzy mind struggling to understand what was going on, Junpei tumbled down to the cold gray floor. Ouch, god damn it, that's the same. So hold on. I don't have the map. Am I supposed to hold this? Oh gosh, yeah, it just goes. It was a bed. But it said it would stop. I want to see if he remembers anything. A three-level bunk bed, in fact. Jim had fallen apparently from the topmost bunk. His shoulder hurt, his knee hurt, his hip hurt, his entire body hurt. This is all the same. He could feel a bump forming on his forehead where he'd slammed it against the low ceiling. He wondered if the bump was the reason he felt his vision. Okay. At first he thought the tremor ran through his legs was just another effect of his rude awakening, but as he looked around he realized it was real. So he doesn't remember? Only I remember? What the fuck? I thought for sure... So Junpei doesn't seem to remember our last attempt. All right. The whole room was shaking. Was it an earthquake, he wondered. It didn't seem likely. It was shaking far too quickly for an earthquake. Then again, Junpei had no idea what it was, if not an earthquake. He tried to tell himself it was important. Jesus Christ. Junpei rubbed the growing bump on his head and gingerly climbed to his feet. His balance regained, he finally took his first glance around the room. I wonder if it'll gray out the choices I already made. I didn't think it said that, though. Muttered to himself, where am I? He doesn't remember any of it. His pain momentarily forgotten in the face of the confusion of his circumstances, Junpei looks around the room once again. Minutes passed while Junpei struggled to get his bearings. Will we remember? Then as suddenly they'd begun, the tremors ceased. A cold silence fell over the room. From somewhere far away, Junpei could hear the sound of metal squeaking. He felt his stomach tighten. There were 1,000 things the sound could have been, but none of the things he could think of were good. Okay, looking around the room. So I'm going to hold the button. It's all the same. It's all the same. Which is what this skip thing is for. Yup. That's all the same. Oh my god, it's so fucking stressful watching like this. It's so fucking stressful. Oh my god, okay. So, it starts exactly the same. So if I go back to my notes from the very beginning, I assume the puzzles will also be the same. Is this the same? Red? Oh my god, it is! What? Old picture frame, the pictures of a ship in it. There's screws keeping the back on. Wait a minute. I have to redo the exact same puzzle? So weird. Okay. This is so bizarre. Okay, door to the stove. Red. Screwdriver. Combine. Feature. Someone wrote a bunch of numbers and symbols on the back of the picture. Boop. Key. This is so fucking weird. Okay. So the only way to... So we're just gonna do the opposite paths this time, I think. If it's your notes from the last playthrough, does that make you a ghost from the future? Oh no, it does! Oh no. Okay, so then... Taking a look at this. It's locked. Okay. Is it exactly the same? Alright, yes, we need some sort of code, bud. No, I don't need the Can I hold on this? Yes. Okay. Oops. So... Oh, I wrote down the red briefcase. Wait, what? Sorry, I'm trying to look at my own notes. Yeah, the blue one was... I think... No. Which means... Oh, right. It's because it went like that. So it needed to be... Right. So I should probably write this down. This one's 0263. This one is 7485. It is so nice that I took all these notes. Okay. A file. Okay, it's gonna teach us all about digital roots, which we already know, and give us these beautiful key cards. Yippee! Okay, so far, this dude has not remembered a single thing. I wonder, in file, does it tell me about the Skippy controls? It just says they're all new. Yeah, it just says they're all new. I hope continue is the right thing. Well, here's a question. Do I have to find the items, or can I just solve the puzzles? Oh. How did I end up here? Something in his mind opened. Okay, I want to look at this one. Before waking up in this strange room, here's what we remember. "3 years and 7 months. I want to look at 0. Shorter than me? I don't think it's always Santa. This doesn't make sense. Alright. Nothing is new. Oh gosh, okay. Can't bring myself to call this a bed. Alright, well, let's just do it. Okay. And then this one was 7485. Oops. Yeah, it just lets you do it. Okay, we have all the cards. I wonder if there's a downside to going this quickly. Maybe not, though. Let's see. Oh. Maybe. Can I combine them? Aw. Maybe it wants me to search them. Wow, it makes you do this even if you know the answer. That's so weird. Alright, so... our digital root of 5 that we did last time was 167. Why not? Yeah, speedrun. Okay. Man, that took me so long last time. I don't deserve this screen. Alright, so let's see. What's new? Does it just go? Wow, it really just goes. God, this is so weird. Oh my god, so all the stuff with 9 is gonna happen then. Part of me is like, you should be rewatching this. Another part of me is like, it just happened, and nothing is new. We know that. Because it would have stopped. At least I think it would have stopped. Well, this time we're obviously going to go into the door where What's-His-Face exploded, but I think there's going to be consequences with June if we do that. This is so fucking weird that it lets me do this. Honestly, doing it like this makes me really stressed out. I'm very overwhelmed. Okay, so we're deciding to have nicknames. Oh my god. Now this fucking guy. Is he gonna explode again? Okay, so this exact same thing is happening. Sir, don't. You're gonna kill yourself. Please, sir, don't. Okay, so it looks like there's no choices to stop this. Oh my god. There's no way to stop it. This all just happens. You leave your room and then you get no choices for a really long time. Okay, and then it Oh! Okay, so it does. It grays out the choices that I made before. So, very interesting. I wonder if that choice even changes something. Okay. So we hit continue. Junpei doesn't seem to remember our last attempt. Previous choices marked by being grayed out. Okay, so now we could make a save. Yikes! All right, would you like to quit? No. Ooh, this is so interesting. So I guess this time we will choose Ace and Lotus 1 plus 8. Ace and Lotus, you think you could give me a hand here? The pun was a little too on the nose, but the mood was still grim. Both Ace and Lotus lifted their left hands silently. I don't know if this means things are going to change. He verified and she followed suit. 5 plus 1 plus 8 equals 14. 1 plus 4 is 5. Oh, right, 5. Ha ha ha. Okay. They'd fulfilled the conditions if they were to pull the lever on the side. You guys ready? I'm gonna open it. Junpei grabbed the lever and looked back over his shoulder. They stiffened and nodded. Junpei nodded back and set his mouth in a grim line. Then he slowly lowered the lever. That's the same as before. I don't want to skip this part though, because I don't know if choosing the people changes it. Actually, let's do this. Good God. Yeah, they're all reacting the same way. June still falls over, even though she wasn't one of the people who opened the door. I'm really trusting that the game isn't doing something meta. Oh! Okay. Eh? This is one of the things that I can choose to be different? I don't know how I feel about that. Didn't I make the right... But I want to make different choices. So weird. I don't know. I mean, if I'm an idiot... I don't know if I want to do the wrong thing this playthrough. I don't know if I should ever be wrong. Maybe we could do one where we're really stupid, but I don't think I want to do that yet. All right, well, let's do this. Maybe I can't do the same option. We'll try. Let's see if we can do the same option. That everyone who verified had to go. We could let other people correct us in another one. Reverend Papa John, thank you for 55 months. Welcome back. We'll do a dumb Junpei a different time. Can I pick this again? Yes. Okay, so you can choose the same option. I wonder if you're supposed to do a playthrough where you fucking fail all of the puzzles so much that people have to correct you. I wonder if that makes a difference. This is so weird. I know we're going into door 5 this time, though. Yeah, I definitely think we should do a playthrough where we're really dumb. I'm not going to do that yet. Man, we argued for so long. It's a shame that it's a shame that only I remember and Junpei doesn't remember. I thought for sure he was going to remember with me. Unless I was supposed to do continue with memories for that. Okay, so we could... This playthrough is going to be interesting because it's going to be really consolidating what the choices in the game are. So if I go back... bombs inside us blew up. Seeking door 9. 81 seconds. Reds and deads. Here we go. 8365. 4. So I did get it right. I think we should get it right again. We're going to get things right, but we're just going to make different choices. Okay. So this time, which door do you want to go through? Let's do 5. And it should be completely different. Hey, wait! Junpei's cry echoed across the room. What happens if I hold this then? Oh, it doesn't work! Holding the skip button doesn't do... I don't know why I'm holding it up. You can fucking see the screen. Holding the button doesn't do anything. Yes! Okay. The 4 people walking toward the door stopped and turned back toward him. I want to go through door 5 too. The words were scarcely out of his mouth when June spoke up. What? What are you saying, Jumpy? If you're going through that door, then I'm going with you. He turned around to look at her. No, you can't. I can't take you with me. Why? Where? Well, you know what's in there, don't you? Are you sure you want to see that? June opened her mouth as if to say something, but instead closed it again and looked at the floor. Junpei felt an ache in his chest at her clear distress, but the choice was not his to make. There was nothing else he could do. Junpei turned away from June, doing his best to silence his turbulent emotions. Please, let me go into door 5. 7 scratched his head and looked at the young man. Man, now we're right back where we started, you know that? Junpei's bracelet number is 5, right? If we're going to add Junpei, then we must subtract 5 from the rest of us. Snake turned to Ace. Ace, please take good care of Clover. Oh, all right. That's fine. Okay, so our new door split is at door number 5 and door number 4. Okay, 1 plus 4 is 5. Don't go away! You need to listen to me, Clover. Go to door 4 with the others. No! Also! Snake, it wasn't his body, so I don't know what happened to him. Are people getting, like, kidnapped? Trick killed? Are there, like, flippy doors we could go into to get... I don't understand. Don't be so selfish. Snake's tone was harsh. Tears welled up in Clover's eyes. She bit her lip and did her best to fight them off. God, we really donked up the group. Snake's expression softened and he put his arms around Clover. He held her close and whispered into her ear, "You'll be fine. Just relax." It looked as though he whispered 2 or 3 more words, but whatever they were, Junpei didn't hear them. He couldn't help but wonder what the other man had said. Snake pulled back from his sister, his eyes kind and inquiring. Okay, I understand. Her voice was barely audible from where Junpei stood. Jeez, I'm glad I didn't do this the first time. Before long, new teams were assembled. Those going through door 5. Okay. 7, Snake and Junpei, which would be... Okay, so hold on. Wait, is that right? Snake, S for... 2 for Snake. 7. Okay. Junpei. Okay. 7 plus 2 plus 5 is 14. 1 plus 4 is 5. Those going through door 4. Lotus, Santa, June, Ace, and Clover. Which is 8, 3, 6, 1, and 4. 22. 2 plus 2 is 4. All right, we're in some new fucking thing. 7, Snake, and Junpei scanned their numbered bracelets in quick succession. The screen of the red showed 3 asterisks. All right then, let's go. Junpei glanced around one last time, his hand resting on the lever of the red. Okay. Please be careful. Concern was written plainly across her face. Junpei looked her in the eye and gave what he hoped was a reassuring nod. He pulled the lever. All right, let's do it. With a sharp clack of a lock releasing, the door swung open. Ahead of them, in the small hallway, were the pitiful remains of the 9th man. For a moment, Junpei froze. Try as he might, his eyes would not leave the corpse, and his feet would not leave the floor. 7 too seemed paralyzed. Guys, we gotta move. Snake, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. He walked calmly down the bloody hallway and only stopped when he realized his companions were not following. Do you intend to kill me? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you? He hadn't even bothered to turn around. His head was, at most, slightly cocked toward one shoulder. Junpei and 7 looked at one another, nodded, and threw themselves through the door. As they did, a cold tone sounded from the left wrists of all 3 men. 7 and Junpei looked down at their bracelets. On both of them and on Snake's, a red skull had flickered to life. That's purplish, but fine. The detonator had begun its countdown. They had scarcely processed this information when... Oh, the door is covered in blood this time. With a metallic slam, the numbered door behind them swung shut. Unless they could find the device that would deactivate the detonators on their wrists, they would not be leaving the hallway. Hey! Where's the dead? The fear and urgency in Seven's face reflected what all three of them felt. Junpei spun around, searching desperately for the dead. He found it easily enough. It was on the wall, next to the closed door labeled 5. Found it! Right here! As he yelled, he struck the scanner with his hand. The other two scrambled to follow suit. As soon as they finished, Snake threw the lever down. Okay. Alright, everything's going great. We're gonna make another save. Everything's going fine. Just ignore all the blood in the body. I really hope it lets me look at it. Well, looks like it stopped. As he spoke, Junpei wiped the sweat from his forehead with a trembling hand. Goddamn thing's gonna give me a heart attack. A muscle stood out of Seven's neck, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. Jumpy, are you alright? Oh, are you guys okay? They could hear anxious voices, muffled but distinct, from the other side of the door. Yeah, we're fine. The detonators have been deactivated. They heard relieved sighs, and even through the door, the three men could feel the tension disperse. Alright, we're moving on. Be careful, okay? Okay. Sure thing. They heard footsteps moving away, and before long, they were alone again. Okay, I want to say something else now that I'm thinking about as we do this. He said, the message I got at the end was, unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa. What do you mean that's the wrong answer? I didn't get an opportunity to guess. What does that mean? He's like jumping into other people's bodies? Unless... Huh? I don't understand. I don't have enough information. So he's probably going to be someone else. So am I supposed to be suspicious of them? I don't know. All right. Ugh. They heard footsteps moving away, and before long, they were alone again. Junpei looked around. The hallway hit a dead end 20 or 30 feet from where they stood. A thick iron wall blocked their way. Also, I thought I was going to keep like my maps and stuff, and I didn't. So I don't have my memory or any of the shit from before. Try as they might to force it, the wall refused to move. To the left, however, was a wooden door that looked positively inviting by comparison. In the middle of it was a plaque that read First Class. A first-class cabin, huh? Well, it seems like it. Let's have a look then, shall we? Well, it's fancy looking. Without hesitation, Snake opened the door and stepped inside. Seven followed closely behind him. Junpei moved to follow them as well, but... Yes, look at the body. He stopped just short of the threshold and looked back, not knowing why. Lying in the small hallway was a man's body, or at least what was left of it. He tried hard to avoid looking at the grisly scene, but it just wouldn't leave his mind. What had once been a man's internal organs now looked like so much vomit, as though something had chewed up and spit out the better part of his torso. It was hideous, but worse still, it was cruel. It was hard to believe the thing on the floor had once been human. The black pool of thick blood, the lumps of glistening flesh spread across the floor, the awkward, twisted angle of shredded intestines, the head wrenched to some grotesque, unnatural position. The man's glasses lay next to his head. The lenses were cracked and the frame bent and distorted. And next to the glasses lay a bracelet, the number 9 still displayed on its face. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from this ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. Ugh. Suddenly, Junpei felt his stomach convulse and a knot of muscle gripped his throat. He clapped his hands over his mouth and ran to the first-class cabin. Okay, so all we saw... ninth man's bracelet came off with glasses. That's all we saw. The atmosphere changed immediately. The room was gorgeous, and despite the apparent age of the ship, none the worse for wear. He looked around. Seven and Snake were nowhere to be seen. What? There were 2 doors on the right side of the room. He opened the one on his right, and went through. Huh? On the other side of the door was a short hallway. He jogged down the hallway, opened the door at the other end, and peeked through. There they were. To his right, busy examining something. He stepped through the door and walked toward them. What's up?
Check this out. We found this thing here on the door.
The red light's on. Does that mean it's locked? So I would assume. Is there any other way out?
Yeah, we looked around a little. Other than this door, we didn't find anything.
So you're telling me that unless we can open this door... Yes, we won't be going anywhere. Junpei stepped away from the door and looked around the room. The room they were in looked like a bedroom. He figured the room he'd originally entered was the living room or whatever passed for one on the ship.
All right, let's find a way to open the door. Come on, guys.
Wait. Oh, I was gonna save. It's not gonna let me. There's so many areas. Alright. Seek a way out. Happy Monday. Alright, first class cabin. Meow, 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 meow. We're gonna seek. So what do we have here? So this is the locking thing? It's flashing red. That's usually not a good sign. Is that a microphone? It looks like a satellite dish. Let me see. Well, judging by the feel of it, I would guess that we were meant to produce some sort of sound. And this device will sense it and unlock. What? That's crazy! Sound sensing device. To open lock. Well, we've never seen one of those. Some sort of lock, apparently. It's connected to a microphone. Oh my god. Do you think it'll let me use the microphone? Oh, the mic is down here. Usually the mic is up here, but I think with newer DSs, they were like, people aren't using the mic as much, so it's like down here. Doesn't look like there's a keyhole in the door. True, but there's some strange device in lieu of one. I touch the doorknob. The exit. It's locked tight. We can't get it open. I can't touch that, really. A white desk. Feels kind of fancy. It's a small round chair. Looks like it probably goes to the vanity. Oh! What's this? Oh shit, music? Score plate 1? Damn it. I'm trying to spin it. There we go. I see. This feels like glass. A rectangular plate of glass? Is there something written on the surface? Yeah, it's a sheet of music with a couple A notes. Just A's? Yeah, that's it. Kind of weird, huh? Why is it glass? A transparent music score sheet apparently made from glass. Unless I'm going to be able to put this on an overhead projector or something. Like with a bunch of others. It has number A notes on it. Or like hold it up together. Oh. It took Junpei by surprise. Snake, usually so calm and collected, suddenly began to move. He stared about the room almost frantically, clearly looking for something. Hold on, let's save. Jeez. No, Junpei thought, not staring. After all, he is blind. Blind or not, Snake was clearly attempting to do something. At least Junpei could no longer contain his curiosity. What are you doing? Snake waited a moment before answering. I heard something strange. Something strange? Oh well, never mind. It doesn't seem to be anything suspicious. I don't wish to toot my own horn, but my auditory senses are considerably more advanced than those of most humans. I notice even the slightest of noises. Right. Are you gonna tell me you can hear a needle drop from a mile away? No. Such a thing would be impossible. However, by listening to the sound of footsteps and breathing, as well as sound echoing off the environment, I can locate most objects. Oh yeah, that's right. When Clover fell on the big staircase a little while ago, you were at her side immediately. So that was... huh. Yes, I could hear it happening. In fact, I can run quite fast, certainly as fast as you. And should someone attempt to start a fight with me, I am quite confident that I could defeat them. Junpei was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. He stared at Snake, skeptical. You don't believe me, do you? Care to give me a try? I must warn you, you'll no doubt regret it. Well, I suppose that's enough playing around. Let's resume our search, shall we? What the? He literally was like, why don't you fight me, bitch? Okay. With a small, self-satisfied smile, Snake turned and walked away from Junpei. I don't want to fight you. I want to get out of here. A bed with a canopy. I've seen things like this in movies and stuff, but never in real life. True, you don't see too many of these days. I can't see the details, obviously, but I imagine it's one of those princess beds Clover's so fond of. Clover wants one of these? Yes. She wants a princess bed. Didn't I say that? You think it doesn't suit her? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Ah, Junpei, judge her by appearances, will you? And where you should not. Oh my gosh, okay, sorry. I can't click on any of these little sideboards. Man, this makes me miss my own bed and sleep. Lights? I can click on the lights. The lights are lit! Oh, there's a piano! Wait, what the? This isn't a score? Is this a map of the ship? A map? There's a map of the ship here? Yeah. Then I imagine it will prove very helpful. You'd best hold on to it, Junpei. Okay. It is now possible to use the map screen. Sick. Not right here, though. An upright piano. From the feel of the wood, it must be quite old. A piano keyboard. What is Snake doing? He can't play, can he? Why would anyone ever assume that someone who can't see can't play an instrument? That's been disproven 1 billion ways, 1 million of times. This piano, there's something amiss with the keys. You mean it's out of tune or something? No, not that. It's properly tuned, just... Well, the sounds are clearly purposefully different. The C key doesn't yield a C, but rather a different note entirely. The same goes with the D keys. They play some other note. Huh? Why do you think it's like that? Isn't it painfully obvious? Zero modified it in some way. This piano, you see, is part of one of the puzzles Zero has set for us. Perhaps when we play the keys in the correct order, something will happen. In other words, we need to play a song on the piano. I believe so. Of course we do. Deaf people can play music, but the blind? Yeah, what a strange, really weird assumption for Junpei to make. He's such a weird kid. And he's not me, I'll say again. So. How does he tell the difference between white and black keys? That would be really, really sad for someone to ask that question. It would make me incredibly depressed. All right, I am going to take a quick break because time flies and it's already been an hour, which is ridiculous because it should not have been an hour. It should have been like 5 seconds. So I'll be back. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. All right. Searching. Yes, we are streaming 7 hours today, so 6 more hours. Frick. Keys are all messed up. Oh yeah, that's right. I got that score plate earlier. Can I put that here? A music stand. Well, might as well put the glass plate on it. Oh, huh. Is something wrong? Well, it's kind of hard to see the notes. Maybe if I put something under them? A background for the notes. Yeah, okay, so we're not supposed to do that yet. Look at this. It's totally a table with a mirror. Ah, yes, you know that sort of thing is known as a vanity. Were you aware of that, Junpei? Of course, vanity also refers to self-love, conceit, and narcissism. As such, you could say that every day when a woman looks into one of those, she's staring at her own conceit and narcissism. Okay, shut the fuck up, Snake. Doesn't that strike you as terribly sad? No. An antique vanity. There's nothing in the drawer. Yep, totally empty. Can I look in the mirror, though? Okay. Wait, what about this big thing? A window. There's an iron plate nailed to it. Can't do anything with all the drawers on the walls. Are they fake? Maybe they're not even real. They must be like sealed shut. Just like detail. White desk. Oh, that's... What? Snake's rubbing it. This is a high-quality desk. Teak or perhaps mahogany? What? How can you tell? Oh, I have my ways. We're gonna turn around and then turn back and he's gonna be like chewing on the desk or sniffing it or something. I'm getting very like Nick Offerman. The wood. Okay, let's try this door. What's that? It's a light switch. Nothing happens when I press it. Oh, a bathroom. Wait a minute. Hold on. Go back. Look up. And then bathroom that way. Okay.
Testing, testing. Hey, it's great to see you all here. I just flew in from New York and boy, are my arms tired. Yes, thank you. I'll be here all week. Try the meal.
That's not a mic, 7. It's just a shower head.
What? What the hell?
Okay. Snake is, or 7 is fucking with us now. Is that really a DS? Yes! Yes, it is! This light's weird.
The lights, huh? Nope, doesn't look like there's anything hidden there.
Looks like a big piece of candy. There are a couple light fixtures in the bathroom. They seem perfectly ordinary. It's a dry shower head. It doesn't seem like I can get any water to come out of it. The faucet must be for putting water in the bathtub. Huh? There's a plug at the end of this chain. Let's see if I can pull it out.
Whoa, hold up. I was just thinking, we might be able to use the water.
Use the water? Oh, okay. I didn't realize there was water in here. I guess there is. Hi, welcome. Snake's licking the furniture. Yeah, and 7's trying to do stand-up. This is a much more joyful team than before. The bathtub's full of gross, cloudy water. Oh no! Ugh. There's a scene. What was it in? I can't remember if it was like in the original. Maybe it was like the Japanese Grudge or something. Or maybe it was, there was this movie called Dark Water that I watched. There was some stupid Japanese horror movie I watched in high school that scared the fucking shit out of me. Because they kept reaching their hands into like murky grayish water and pulling out like clumps of hair. And once there was definitely a person attached. I hated it so much. I don't like scary movies. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me feel uncomfortable. Right, can we click on the tub? The water's dirty, but the rest of the bathtub looks comparatively clean. Almost like the dirty water was moved there from somewhere else intentionally. Well, that's weird. What? Okay. The sink. Well, the sink's clean. Any water?
Nothing's coming out. We've got the faucet on all the way, but I can't hear anything.
We need to get the hearing master in here. And there we are in the mirror. What a pair. A college kid and a terrifying giant of a man in a beanie. Stuck in a cramped bathroom. Wait a minute. So this is still when he doesn't have any memory. God, this is so weird. I wish Junpei remembered like we did. But I guess it would make the conversations completely different. What is does that mean then? Okay, stuck in a cramped bathroom with this beast of a man. What would my parents say?
Huh? Something wrong, Junpei? You look real sad all of a sudden.
No, nothing. Why would his parents care? There's a mirror here. It's a sink. The water doesn't appear to be working. Okay. That's really all we can see in here? Okay. What about this room? So now we've bumped through there. Why can't I look the other? Maybe I can if I come back. It's on the desk. It's a heavy piece of paper that's been folded in half. It has score printed on the front of it. Score? That's gotta be musical score. If that's true, then the score we just found was probably in here. At least at some point. To score on the paper. I guess you could put sheet music on it? Take it, Junpei! Flipping my own headphones off. At least I caught them. Ugh. Okay. Yeah. What's that? Penance? There are a couple. Oh, no, they're lights. There's a couple lights on the wall here. What's this?
This is some sort of antique desk. Makes sense though, I guess. This whole room's full of antiques. You could get a nice handful of cash for all the stuff in here.
Old-fashioned desk adds a little class to the room. Somebody spent a lot of time carving the legs of this chair. It'll snap like a twig if Seven sits on it, though.
Mind your own business.
Aww. A chair with intricately carved legs.
It's a chair. A chair, huh?
How many times?
That chair looks nice. Mind if I take a load off?
I think you'd be doing the opposite. Oh, we're so mean to Seven. The chair does look pretty comfortable. There's a cover for a musical score sitting on the table. That's really all we're gonna say. It's so weird that I won't. I have it. Oops. Do I have to pick it up from this direction? No. What the heck? Huh? There's something in the back. Let's see if I can reach it. Is it on fire? Just a little. God damn it, that's hot!
You aren't real smart, are you?
No, shut up! Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Ugh. Let's stick our whole arm in there.
Come on, of course it's gonna be hot. It's a fire. Even a monkey knows it shouldn't stick its hand in a fire.
Hold on, do we have a poker or something? It's expensive looking chair sitting over here. Okay, a fireplace, huh? Don't see one of these too often.
Aren't a lot of people these days with real fireplace?
Yeah. Wait, what?
Aren't a lot of people these days with real fireplaces and real fires?
There aren't? I feel like there are.
No, Junpei is onto something. Let him cook.
Oh no! Don't let him cook. Oh, thank you for the bits. Alright, there's an iron grate in front of the fireplace. There's something behind it. I know that. There's something in the fireplace behind the fire. How am I gonna get it out? Oh, I can't click on it though. Well, why don't we use the water? I don't have anything to scoop the water up with. This couch looks just big enough for 3 people.
Looks perfect for me!
What?
Perfect for an elegant gentleman like myself.
The couch looks a lot more elegant.
Hey! There's something you aren't saying!
Never mind. Stop bullying him. The couch does look pretty elegant. Doesn't really go with 7 though. What's that thing? Another big window. Huh?
I get it, you're gonna use the vase, right? It's pretty clever, Junpei. We gotta fill this thing with water.
Yes, that was the plan. Is there anything in it before I do that? Looks like a vase.
Maybe you could use that.
Oh, yeah. Anything on here? There was once a vase on this table. I don't remember which stupid door opens what. What? Oh, toilet room. There we go. Hello, toilet.
It's a toilet. Doesn't seem to be anything in the toilet or the tank.
Oh, you check the tank too? Nothing strange going on here.
There's some toilet paper on the wall there. Nothing that looks suspicious.
I like the tiles in this room a lot. Steal the toilet paper. Everybody hates me. Alright, vase, water. The bathtub's full of gross, cloudy water. Alright, shouldn't be too hard to fill this vase up. Dunk?
Hey, Junpei, what are you gonna do over there?
Oh, what are you doing over there? Only one thing to do now that you got the thing full of water. Come on, what are you waiting for? My bad, sir. I'll go faster for you. Back in this room, spin in a circle, fireplace. Alright, time to put this fire out.
About time, buddy! Let's do it!
Alright, here we go. Sploosh. Fucking sploosh.
Haha! Good job! Another success. That fire didn't stand a chance.
Alright, thank you. Alright, I'll just pull this out now. Don't want to get burned, so let's pull down the sleeves. Score plate. Huh.
It's a ceramic plate of some kind. Looks like a blank sheet of music.
Can I combine them? No. Interesting. Oh, we're getting something. Save. Save, please. Meow, 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 meow. Fire 1, Junpei 1. Very kind of you to give Junpei a point at all. As Junpei tucked the plate into his pocket, Seven cried out and stumbled, his balance lost. He threw out a hand and caught the wall in time to steady himself and avoid the floor, but his face was flushed and looked startled. Hey, Seven, what the hell was that? Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy, that's all.
Seven rubbed a couple of fingers across his brow and then shook his head as if to clear it.
What the hell is wrong with me? First memory loss, now I'm getting dizzy for some reason.
Memory loss? Junpei couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. Seven, for his part, seemed unconcerned.
Right, I guess I haven't told you, have I? I told the rest of them, but it must have been before you showed up. Well, the long and short of it is that I don't remember jack from before I woke up here. Didn't realize I hadn't told you.
Whoa, wait a minute. You're talking about amnesia, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, why are you an amnesiac? What happened to you?
If I knew that, I wouldn't really be one, would I?
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Why is our Junpei so stupid this time? Junpei paused for a moment and stared at Seven. Are you telling the truth?
Huh?
Well, you look pretty calm for somebody who doesn't remember anything. If you really got amnesia, shouldn't you be, like, upset or confused or something?
Well, sure, I mean, I was pretty confused when I woke up down on D-Deck, but that was a while ago. I've had some time to get used to it. After a while, I figured it wasn't worth the trouble of worrying about it. After all, why worry about something I can't change? Well, people usually don't stay amnesiacs forever. I figure it'll work itself out eventually.
That's it? That's great. He seems like a very well-adjusted guy.
That's it.
I think the game maybe wants you to look at him and think that he might be some type of street tough or thug or something. But he just looks like a fisherman to me.
Alright, that's enough talking for now. Let's get back to work.
Seven gave Junpei a look the younger man wasn't sure how to interpret and turned to walk away. Somehow the Junpei didn't find his reassurances very reassuring. Can I have that now? Cover musical score sitting on the table. To score on the piece of paper. I guess you put sheet music in it? Okay, still can't do that. What's that? Couch? About this one. Whoa, what's this? Ooh! Oh, score plate G. Okay.
It's a rectangular piece of glass. You can see right through it.
There's a couple of G notes written on it.
Huh. I wonder what that means.
I don't know. Transparent score sheet apparently made from glass. It has a number of G notes on it. Can I combine these? No. Interesting. There's nothing in here anymore. There's a suitcase made of leather in the corner of in the color rich mahogany.
Well, shoot. Looks like there's nothing in it.
A leather suitcase. There's nothing inside. It's a leather suitcase.
Dang, nothing in there.
Man, they're both empty? It's a closet door. Okay. Which means this goes back into the bathroom. This goes back in here. Can I put this here? A music stand. Might as well put music I found on it. I'll put the ceramic plate on the bottom and the glass plates on wait a minute. What's wrong? Well, I put them all on top of each other, but they look odd. It doesn't really look like a song. Then in all likelihood, we haven't found them all. We need to find more glass plates. Okay. Did we check the bed enough? A bed. Did I look under the bed? Large bed with a canopy. Makes me miss my own bed. Removed that. Nothing under the pillow. White desk. Seems fancy. There's a closet in here. What is this? Ah, the safe is locked.
It's one of those dial locks. Doesn't have a key. We just need to get the dials in the right place. It'll open.
Did you find anything, Seven?
Nope. How about you, Snake?
I also found nothing. Ah, fuck. Okay. Ooh. Ah, another score plate. Scoot, 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 scoot. Let's see. Yes, well, this feels like glass. A rectangle of glass, transparent, I assume. I can feel something printed on the surface. What is it? It's a sheet of music with some C notes on it. Transparent music score sheet, apparently made from glass. It has a number of C notes on it. Oh, okay. Nothing in here. It's a safe with a dial lock on it. We won't be able to open it until we know the right numbers. Nothing in here. What about this? A leather suitcase. There's nothing inside. I can tell by the weight, and it makes no noise when shaken. I would still physically open it, guys. Well, thank you for the hydrate. It is summer. I should be drinking more water. Okay, what about the one down here? It's a leather suitcase. Unfortunately, there's nothing inside. Damn. Close this. Nothing in here. Okay. So let's go back to the piano. Maybe 3 is enough. Even if we put all the glass plates we've got together, it's pretty clear that this isn't a song. There must be more of them hidden somewhere. Oh, more? Antique vanity. Nothing in the drawer. Totally empty. It doesn't look like there's anything hidden. It won't let me interact with the other thing. Couple of light fixtures in the... Oh, wait. What if we go into the...
Man, this water's dirty. Can't see more than 4 inches or so. I can't see anything down there.
Do you think...
Think what?
Yeah, I think there's something in there now that we've used it. There's a plug on the end of the chain. Alright, why don't we just drain this water?
Yeah, good plan.
Okay, now I can drain it. Alright, where's that thing? A good tug ought to be enough to get it out. Huh? Aha! Beautiful. D.
Transparent plate made of glass, yes?
It's a sheet of music with a couple of D notes on it. Transparent music score sheet, apparently made from glass, has a number of D notes on it. Yeah, so all these together should do something good. There's nothing in the bathtub anymore. Alright, is that the last one that I need? Is the question. Seems as good a place as any to put the music we found. Just gotta put the ceramic plate on the bottom. Aha! And then stack the glass plates on top. Alright, good. Sweet. Now I can play the music. Junpei, would you be so kind as to play the piano? I'm unable to, you see. I'm sure I needn't tell you, but the keys on this piano are not what you might expect them to be. C won't be C, D won't be D, and so forth. You must listen carefully to determine which keys to strike. Do you understand? Yeah. Alright, let's give this a shot. Okay, so they're not the right keys. What are they then? What? What the heck? Okay, this is kind of weird. It's too high. I don't like it. It's weird. Hold on, I gotta write what actual fucking notes they are because it's really bizarre. Fuck. Ugh. Alright, so we have... Actually, I can look at the... I have it on the screen. So what are my actual notes then? And I can't touch the black keys. They're like stuck. Which is strange as well, but I guess it makes sense. We're trying to make it more simple. I haven't played piano in so long, I don't remember any of this shit. Alright, so. Why does it jump up so high? One, two, three, four. Huh? Moves down a step. Why? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It goes all the way down. Five, 6. Huh? The fuck? Okay. I guess that's my fucking scale. Sure. Someone broke this piano very badly. But sure. So let's see. I'm assuming the rest of it is normal, so let's see. That means we started with a... that would be a D? D? And it goes boop 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 properly, so D, E, F. D, E, F. But then it jumps. Why does it do that? This is the fucking stupidest shit. D, E, F. Okay. G. C. B. What is it even right? D, E, F. E, F, G, A. They can't all be, both be A, though. What did I just do? There's C. C, E. Okay. Alright. Now I can play this stupid shit. So, what do we have? I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's where the skill starts. If this is, yes. Alright, so we're starting there, which means I need to play F, A. G, C. F, and then I have to go, how do I get to G? 1, 2, 3, 4, E, F, G, and then I'm going back to A, which is the fourth one. Okay, and then I need to go back down to U, which is F again. And then we're doing A. A has moved to 4th spot. This is stupid. I hope somehow my piano teacher from high school could see this stupid shit. Going back down to U, F. That's not there. To play a G, I need to do the 5th note. 1, 2, 3, G. And we're going back down to C. C is the 6th one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, C. C again. G is the 5th one. A is the 4th one. And then we're going down to F, which is the 3rd one. Aha! Ha ha! Oh. This would have been so much easier if they just given me the right fucking... Give me a real piano. Put the keys in the right places. Alright, anyway. Ugh. And we're done. Music is not my forte. Wait. What was that noise? Junpei, we did it. Looks like it worked. I heard something unlock over by the exit. Let's go. Good plan. That's the stupid tune that clocks always play. I can't remember what it's actually called.
Stand, bow, be seated.
Well, I guess he hasn't forgotten that. Yeah, see bells. At least Snake thinks it's funny. Yes, I suppose that was the classroom bell, wasn't it? I don't imagine that's what Zero was thinking of, however. No, Zero almost certainly meant to suggest Westminster, not middle school. Okay, thank you. I'm glad they told me because I don't remember what that's called.
Westminster?
The palace in London that plays host these days to the Houses of Parliament. You've heard of Big Ben, the famous clock tower, yes? Big Ben plays that very collection of notes on the hour. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Big Ben plays it. I've never been to the UK. Bum, 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 bum. It's an authentic replica of the piano on board the Titanic, but tuned authentically to how it sounded at the bottom of the ocean. Well, well. Do you want to see my really pathetic attempt? Hold on, I think this was funny. I was like trying to fucking remember. I had to draw it because it wasn't working in my brain. It's so sad looking. These are the frantic scribblings of someone who can't remember how to play the piano. Ay, ay, ay. And those notes might even be wrong, to be honest. But as long as you start the skill somewhere, it didn't actually require me to know any of them. It just needed me to recognize a pattern. So, I think it might be wrong, actually. I think I started in the wrong spot. That's probably supposed to be a G, but whatever. I think I did it wrong.
London, the capital of England, huh?
At any rate, the door is now unlocked. Let's leave this place immediately. Wait. No. What about that little thing? No reason to mess with the piano. What about that thing in the room? No, I'm not going out. What about in here?
A safe?
It's a safe. A safe, huh? The
exit's open.
Yes, strange that we didn't need to open this to achieve our goal. Well, do you think it's important? I wonder what's in there.
Huh.
I'm not leaving till I open this. A safe with a dialogue on it. We won't be able to open it until we know the right numbers. Guess we'll just leave it alone for now and move on. Eh? Okay. This is weird. We're just gonna leave it? Safe with a dial. Cannot open yet. I hope I didn't miss it. But they had a whole conversation about how the door was open, so I feel like you're supposed to miss it. Doesn't look worse than my sheet music. Dude, in piano, we used to have to draw our own everything ourselves. If we wanted to play a piece of music for class, we had to draw it all out first. I don't know why he did that. He had some weird thing about it. But now I'm like, oh my god. He would be so mad at me if he saw that. Cannot open yet. Come back later? Question mark? Oh, I don't know what's gonna happen with that. Alright, well I don't like that we're leaving it, but I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to do. Yeah, the sign's green now. I would imagine that means it is now unlocked.
What the hell are we sitting around here for? Let's get out of here.
Yeah, but it's already unlocked. I hate it. Alright, fine. Alright, let's go. I hope we can come back in here. It's probably one of our, like, key cards or whatever. There's no way they're gonna let me back in there. Shit! Okay, well, that's something to remember for another run then. He came out of the door into a long, straight hallway. He paused for a moment and turned around to look behind him. Seven was bent over, apparently doing something to the door. What's he up to? Junpei had spoke more or less to himself, but apparently Seven had heard anyway. The larger man stood up and turned to Junpei.
I was just putting one of those plates in there. It ought to keep the door from locking again.
Ah!
Now we can come back here anytime we want, right?
Okay. So, Seven, propped the door to the first class cabin open so we can return. Wonderful, because we'll probably need to. Why would you want to come back here? Snake was a reasonable one. No, we have a reason. Seven thought about it for a moment before he answered.
I might like to play a little piano.
Piano?
Come on, let's get moving. We aren't out of this yet.
Without waiting for an answer, Seven started off down the hallway. Seven is very smart. I like him. But what's probably going to happen is that it's going to be like, oh, it was me. I was 0, actually. Fucking stupid. I'm still mad about this. Snake shrugged, sighed, and quietly followed Seven. That's a lie, Junpei thought to himself. He had difficulty enough believing Seven could play the piano. But even if he could, the piano they just left was largely useless, the keyboard completely scrambled. If Seven wanted to come back, it was unlikely he intended to do so in order to play the piano. But if that was the case, why would he want to leave the door unlocked? Because of the stupid fucking little tiny safe we discussed, everyone. Please. Junpei frowned, took one last look at the door, and then walked away toward his companions. Junpei, please. After some time in the hallway, they emerged into a larger, more open area. Oh, we're on the other side of this grate. A large metal grate, like the door of a jail, divided it in half. They shook it for a while, but as they'd expected, it did not move. Behind the grate were 2 elevators. From so far away, however, it was difficult to tell if they were still operating. On the left side of the grate was a door. Unfortunately, however, it was locked and refused to open. Junpei took a moment to examine the left side of the room. Next to the wall was a set of stairs leading downward. Standing guard at the top of the stairway was a large iron gate. Foreboding as it was, the gate seemed to be the sort that could be opened, unlike the metal grate that bisected the room. With luck, Junpei hoped he might be able to get it open. Ooh. The female symbol? He wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Snake, unnaturally, was somewhat more sure. Ah, the Venus symbol, I imagine. Do you recall the similar symbols near the large central stairway? They reference many of the solar bodies. Sun, Saturn, Earth. So, as you can see, that one is likely not the woman's symbol, but a Venus symbol. So I assume. While they'd been discussing the symbols, Junpei now realized Seven had slipped away. His absence now felt. Snake and Junpei turned to look for their missing companion. There. Seven had left them to head down the hallway extending to the right of the stairs. Junpei grabbed Snake to lead him in the right direction, and they both headed off after Seven. Let's see. Ooh. Before long, the 3 of them stood in front of a door. It was a French door. Junpei tested the door and realized that unlike so many others that they'd encountered, it was unlocked. Almost as though he was afraid it would suddenly lock itself, Junpei threw the door open. He stepped inside. Whoa. Oh! It took only a moment for Junpei to take in his new surroundings. Is this some kind of a casino? We finally get to go to the casino and not just have someone talk at us.
Sure looks like one.
Before Junpei could comment further, a noise from behind him made him turn around. Snake was shaking the door they'd just come through, and were locked in. As Seven and Junpei watched, he threw up his hands in frustration and then kicked the door for good measure. It looked as though they were once again locked in. There was no reason to panic, however. Even if the door had been left open, there was no way for them to go back. They would have to find another way out.
Alright guys, let's split up and search this room. Come on, no dawdling, let's go. Quickly now.
Spurred into action by Seven's words, Junpei and Snake began to examine the room. Oh god. Wait, was there a 9 on there? Whoa! Let's play money-making game. Seek a way out. Alright. Chair. What's that little thing? Oh, I can't click on it yet.
There's just some strange looking chandeliers. They look kind of like UFOs from that movie, Michelle's Farm Tools.
What the hell kind of movie is that? Huh? Oh.
Well, will you look at that? Someone left a bottle of booze here. Don't mind if I do.
Oh, he's actually drinking it. What if it's poison? What if we need it for the puzzle?
Oh, that hits the spot. Feels like my throat's burning.
Damn, he really drank it. We don't even know how long it's been here. There's a bottle with some booze in it sitting on the counter.
One more sip.
I don't think so. I'm cutting you off, pal. Oh. What's that? Junpei, I found this on the counter. It feels like a playing card. We're not split up at all. Ooh, lucky number 7. What's on the back? Anything? The 7 of spades. Okay. I mean, not weird for it to be here. Oh. The counter's pretty well polished.
Hey, Junpei, just found this on the shelf.
Huh? Oh, another playing card. A 4. Still of spades. There's a whole lot of glasses on the shelf. Doesn't look like there's anything else back there, though. Chandeliers hang. Chandelier-like from the ceiling. How insightful. Wait, I can't click on that thing? I don't know what that is. Damn. Ooh. Another one. A 5. Wait. I was about to say, aren't these ours? But they're not, because Clover's not here. But it's me and 7. 5 of spades. Is there anything in the bags? So far, no. Oh. There's nothing on the table anymore. Standard run-of-the-mill chairs. Can I click on this thing? No, not that. The little tiny red thing.
Whoa, check this stained glass out.
How beautiful.
Oh, what? Huh?
Stained glass is colored pieces of glass pieced together in a frame. As I've said many times before, I need only touch it to know. I can at least discern the basic structure. The stained glass is recessed into the wall. All I can see there is light fixtures, though. Probably means the stained glass doesn't look outside. Ooh. Whoa. Alright, we've got a 3. They're all... Wait a minute. Why does it keep saying spades? No, those are spades. I'm losing my mind. What's this? Oh shit. Suddenly 7 began to speak. Baccarat?
You ever played Junpei?
I don't know anything. No. Junpei shook his head. He barely even heard of the game.
Alright then, how about I explain the rules to you a bit? See, Baccarat's this kind of unusual game. You've got the banker and the player, and the whole point is that you guess which one's gonna win.
I don't know anything about this game. Oh no, I need rain here. Baccarat. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. It might be baccarat or something.
And whether the banker or the player wins all depends on their hands.
Bet on if banker or player wins. Okay.
The way Chan works is different from other games too. See, you take the number from the ones place after you add up the values of all your cards. Whoever gets the number closest to 9 wins.
Whoa, that seems very relevant. Once you add up all cards, check one's place closest to 9 wins, I think.
If your number's smaller than your opponent's, you lose. And that's it. That's the explanation, got it? Well, actually, there's a lot more to it. Strategy, details, that sort of stuff. But what I just told you sums up the core of the game pretty well. The single digit of the sum of all the cards you have, the strongest hand is a 9. And the weakest hand is 0. You just ignore the number in the 10 spot. You get it?
He hadn't been asked for it, but Seven's explanation, rushed though it had been, was helpful. Yeah. Okay. Although he'd only half understood most of it, Junpei now felt as though he had some grasp of how victory was won in Baccarat. However, Junpei had no way of knowing if the puzzle in the Baccarat table in front of them was, made use of those rules, and if it did, in what way. No problem, he told himself. He would simply have to try everything he could think of. Feeling more confident, if only slightly, Junpei approached the Baccarat table. Oh, no, I don't want to touch any of this. What's that stuff? It's a Baccarat table. There's a glass case in the center of it. Nope. Oh, frame perfect mute for my sneeze. Alright, what's over here? Slots? It says 1 on the plate. It's a drawer they used to pick up money. It's locked tight. I can't get it open. So I've got symbol for heart, spade, and diamond here. Does that matter? The coin slot. So I've got this. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? Slot machine has a pretty old-fashioned design. It looks well maintained and probably still works. I don't have any coins though. What about the thing it's on? This is the stand for the slot machine. I don't see anything suspicious. Alright, it's a plate on it that says 2. Heart, spade, diamond. Coin slot. Well, usually the way these things work is that if the reels match, a whole bunch of coins come out. Exchanging those coins for prizes is the best part, though. A prize, eh? I wonder what might happen if we were to match all the reels. I imagine the prize would be the tools that would lead to our escape. Slot machine stand. I don't see anything suspicious. I don't think I can use it. Can I? Heart, spade, and diamond. I don't have any money. Plate says 3. The drawer they used to pick up money. It's locked. Coin slot. Slot machine looks old. Can I click the middle part? No. Stand. Alright, so we can't do anything with them yet. I don't have any money. Is there a door back here? Ah, what's this? Whoa, what is this? It says 9?
Yeah, looks like that cover's hiding something.
If this is the cover, then maybe it opens up.
Probably does.
What's this? It seems the card attached to the panel, and attached very well, it seemed. If you don't mind, what sort of card is this? Oh yeah. It's a playing card? The Ace of Spades, in fact. Okay. So, Ace of Spades on lock panel, I'll call it. I don't know. I didn't read what he said. Can I? Oh well. Ace of spades is stuck. It's on there really good. I don't think I can get it off. All right, what's this thing? Here's the card slot. Looks like we need to put a playing card in here. All right, let's give it a shot. Oh wait, no, I don't want to do that. Oh gosh. Unless I'm supposed to do that now. Do I have any? If aces usually counts as 1, if I remember right. I don't think I have anything that equals that. Let's not mess with it yet. It's not working. So it would seem. I'm shocked and appalled that guessing at random has not yielded better results. Yeah. I didn't though. Light shine with bright yellow glow. What about this way? Oh, damn it. This isn't exactly working out the way I expected. It's locked, isn't it? Is there a keyhole? If there is, I can't find it. Well, there must be some way to unlock it. Let's look around a little more, shall we? Maybe I do have to play Baccarat.
That square table. It looks like a mahjong table.
Ah, do you play Mahjong 7?
Maybe. I don't remember exactly, but I do remember a couple hands and some rules, so I figure I must have played it at some point.
If you remember hands, you definitely know how to play fucking Mahjong. Excellent. Once we vacated this vessel, I should like to play a game with you.
What? Can you play?
So long as you tell me which tiles I'm eliminating, yes, I believe that I have at least enough skill to defeat an amateur. However, I must ask you to remove the red tiles when we play. Yeah, that wouldn't be fair. That means you don't get that sweet, sweet bonus, though. Alright, so what the hell am I doing here? I can see the playing card behind the thick glass case. It's an 8 of spades. So I assume that's what the dealer has? Hey, 7, are we really supposed to play Baccarat?
Well, it's a Baccarat table. What the hell else would we do?
Huh. Oh, stop worrying about it. Oh, wait.
Stop worrying about it. It's real simple. What's the opponent's hand?
There's an 8 in the glass case.
Alright, that's your opponent's number.
Okay, so that's how we know.
If that's the case, what 3 numbers do we need to get to that number?
3 cards?
There are a couple of indentations with white lines around them, right? Those mean we gotta put down 3 cards, so.
Place 3 cards here and defeat opponent's 8. That's what I gotta do, I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Something tells me those aren't the only rules. Alright, let's give it a shot. Those aren't the only rules. Better make sure I've got the rules straight. There are 3 empty indentations. I just gotta pick a card and play it. I figure if I put them in the right spot, something ought to happen. Alright, let's give it a try. I wonder if the order matters. So, I mean to make a 9? And there's an 8 in there. Because the only way to beat an 8 is with a 9. But I have to use 3? If I have to use 3, I can't, can I? Oh wait, but the last... I can go over. Hold on. What if I just do them all? 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7. Oh wait, oh no, I can't use the calculator here. Oh, that just equals 19. I can... Wait, but I can't use them all. 3 cards only. Damn. I wonder what that middle set of lines that connects that does. I don't think I can. Because if I did the highest ones, 4, 5, 7, that's 16. A 6 doesn't beat an 8. 8 and 8. Let me click. Oh, I can't. And if I tried to do lower and I needed 3, that's impossible. The lowest ones are 3, 4, and 5. That's 12, which would be 2. That would lose. Maybe I must be missing a card. I can't just do 4 and 5. Eh? Yeah, I can't just do 4 and 5. Unless the one in the middle multiplies or something. Or subtracts? I don't know what it does. Seven, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's still 15. That's 16. 14. Let's do this and see if I get yelled at. No, it doesn't work. I can't. We're mostly missing a card. Maybe. Or maybe I need to go do that other thing. But I don't think I have the right number for that either. Oh, shoot. Oh my gosh, it's already 2. Okay. I'm gonna take a break. It literally feels like I don't know how time is moving. Hello. Time is fake. Truly it is fake. Time is an illusion. Lunchtime doubly so. I went into Pet Octavia and Rain was there eating his lunch and he was like, it's 1,000 degrees. 1,000. And I looked at the temp and I was like, no, it's 70 something degrees in our house. And he was like, no, it's 1,000 and wandered away. So, sorry, my dear. I think it's a beautiful day out today. I don't know how to play cards. Oh, it says banker and player. That makes more sense, doesn't it? A baccarat table. There's a glass case in the center of it. They're gonna give me more hints and I'm gonna feel like a... Wait a minute, what's... So I can't touch that. Counter's pretty well polished. There's gotta be something I missed. A whole lot of glasses on the shelf. Doesn't look like there's anything there. What is that thing? Nope. Bottle with some booze. 7 looks like he'd very much like to get acquainted with the bottle. Oh wait, did I click on... Oops, no. File. Actually, they should have put a file in here about baccarat. Oh my god, there's a whole other section of the... I didn't even see this. What's this? What's that? There's a weird looking thing floating in there. What is it? Oh, is that a card? Huh? Didn't think I'd find a card here. Perfect! Alright, we have a new card. 6 of spades. Anything on the back? No. There's a weird looking thing floating in there. What are they? What's this? Jimpy, I can feel a frame here. What sort of painting is it? Clouds maybe? Clouds? Well, maybe it's a rabbit? What? A rabbit? Well, if it's not that, it might be a close-up of some teeth? What is he talking about? There's like nothing here. It's like a bunch of vague squares. It's 999 out? Oh shit. Huh? I guess there's actually nothing there. It's just a blank piece of canvas in a frame. Ah, I see. How strange. A large piece of canvas is stretched across this frame. There's nothing painted on it. Are we supposed to look through these? Oh, wait! Lights. Huh? Ah! Whoa! Wait. When the 2 lights turned on, I heard something from the bottom of the fireplace. What was that? I heard something down there. Ah! Oh, casino coin! Oh my god, we get to play stuff. There's a whole bunch of coins stuffed into this velour bag. Look at all the coins! Perhaps these coins will allow us to convince the machines to move. Casino coin. Oh, if you... It should rattle or something. Bags full of coins, and I think I know just the place to use them. Anything else in here? Firewood. Nothing else. Throw it over there. The door's shut tight. It won't open. No, what about the little depressions? No, we don't care about that. Alright. Coin? Alright, let's put the coins from that bag in here. Oh, wait. What happened? I heard an odd noise. Well, to be honest, I don't know. I pressed some of the buttons and smacked the machine once or twice, but nothing happened. Oh. Looks like the coins got stuck. Oh dear. Okay. Slot 1 stuck. What was the pattern it showed on the fireplace? Okay. None of them have that. Maybe I need to make them match. Let's try here. Okay, we'll drop the coin in the second one. Come on, you little bastards. I only need one of you. Okay, so maybe I do what the order said. Oh, wait. Spin roulette. Oh, gosh. Oh. Ah! It's only because I did it in the right order. Seven, 7. Yes! Way easier than in Pokemon. And I think I hear something unlocking in there. Impressive, Junpei. It would appear to be unlocked now. There's something akin to a drawer in the bottom of the machine, yes? That is a pickup drawer for dividend. Probably the lock for the drawer got unlocked. Please open it if you would. Yes, sir. Okay.
Lucky.
Ah! Thank you. Lucky. Thank you for the bits, Blue Moon Empress. Alright. What is it? Is there something in there? Yeah, playing card. And this? A key with the Venus symbol on it. Yes! Venus key. Excellent, Junpei. Now we will be able to open the gate. Then we just need to figure out how to get out of this room. Correct. Come on, Junpei, hurry up. And he's off. There was a playing card and the Venus key. Better put the key in my pocket for later. As for the card... Ah, a 2. Search. The 2 of spades. Oh. Got a lot of keys now. What about the other one? It's the coin slot. Oh, wait. I used all of my... my coins? Disagree. No, I didn't. Alright, I guess the question is, can we do that thing now? Looks like this is meant to cover something up. There's a 9 engraved in the middle of it. Alright. 7. I think ace still counts. It is either 1 or 0. Yeah, I don't think I can do this yet. Huh, I don't get it.
You're just gonna waste your time if you don't sit and try to think it out, Junpei. Let's try and sort this out, alright? There's an ace of spades on the left.
No, they're gonna tutorial me just because I looked at something.
Ace of spades on the left side of the card slot and a 9 on the right side. That ace is a 1.
Okay, I was right about ace being 1.
So we gotta make 9 using 1 and the other cards we got.
Oh, so that's it, huh? Well, in that case, the card we need is... Yeah, but I don't have an 8. I need to get the 8 from the table. If that's what it's gonna do. I hope it gives it to me. Alright, let's try again. 8 of spades. Let's play. Before I started better. Okay. Yes, I know how to... Oh, I know how to play. Please. I think I have enough now to try to do it. Okay. So, now I have more cards. Let's see. 7. What would make with an... Only 3. 7. If I did just 5, 6, 7, what does that do? 7. That's 18. That would tie. That wouldn't work. Shoot. Wait, can I just make a 9? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh my god. What if I just did it like this? Easy. Beats 8. Alright, if I just put down these 3 cards, I get a 9. Thank you, Mildine. Jimpy isn't big on restraint when it comes to gambling. He literally shoved every single coin into the slot. It's so embarrassing. Alright, open for me.
Great, you did it, Junpei. Think it's telling us to take the 8 card? Come on, let's grab it.
Yes, sir. Alright, let's take this card. Oh, I lost my other ones, though. 8 of spades. Alright, let's go get the thing out of that, then. Boop. Okay. 8. That was weird. Alright. Need 8. In you go. Hey, alright, it opened. It seems we have another device to contend with, yes? There's 3 slots in this one? Makes 9. Well, if we're doing it... Wait, how are we doing it, though? Let's see. 3 slots for cards, and there's a 9 right below them.
So that probably means we gotta make 9 with 3 cards we put in the slots, right? Just like we did over at the Baccarat table.
Alright, let's give it a shot. Wait, but you took my cards. You took my cards! Can I take these back? No. They stole my cards. Does it mean the root? I have to use 3 cards. Alright, so this one, it's ace, and then an 8 that says open, and then we have a new lot that needs 3. But I only have 5, 6, 7. We know it only equals 18. But if they mean the whatever thing, then 1 plus 8 is 9. Oh, it did. What? Alright, so I put all the cards we had left into the slots.
What happens now?
Is that... Yes, I did hear something from the exit. Excellent work, Junpei. Wonderful. It seems the exit is unlocked. Let's go. Oh, okay. Well, that was easier than I thought it would be. Just use the cards you have left, Jumpy. Alright, let's go. That was easier than I thought it would be. I thought there was going to be some sort of extra riddle. I guess we're technically in the first set of rooms, though. Still. Okay, let's make a save. Jimpy and his companions ran out of the casino and into a large open room. A room, in fact, that they had been in once before. There was little to surprise them there. They already knew what their next step had to be. The iron gate still stood in place, locked tight, blocking the stairway. In the center of the gate was a keyhole engraved with the Venus symbol. This time, however, Junpei had the Venus key in his pocket. Wasting no time, he pulled it out and shoved it into the keyhole. He turned it. With the distinctive sound of metal on metal, he felt the lock click open. Alright, let's get this thing open.
No problem. Let me help with this one.
Junpei grabbed the handle on the left side, and Seven took the handle on the right. On Junpei's signal, they both pushed, and the gate creaked open. Okay. It sounds as though you've opened it. We should be able to reach C deck now, I imagine. Snake, are you going to be alright? I mean the stairs. Oh, please, do not do yourself the embarrassment of underestimating me. I would be unlikely to trip, even if I were running backwards.
Good to hear. Let's move.
At Seven's words, they leapt onto the stairs and jogged quickly down them. In no time at all, they found themselves on C deck. Junpei ran down the stairs a little farther in hopes of checking on the deck below. When he reached the water, he called back up to Snake and Seven. Just what I thought. D-deck's completely underwater. Balloon nodded. Thank you for following. Welcome.
Just like the bottom of the central staircase.
The surface of the water below them was flat like a mirror. That it had not changed too greatly since they'd last seen it was a great relief. Junpei quickly retraced his steps and headed back to C deck. In front of the stairs were a pair of elevators. They appeared to be identical to the ones from the upper floor. Between them, attached to the wall, was another card reader. And next to that was another strange symbol. Hey, check it out. It's the symbol for Lotus.
Huh?
See, it's got the woman symbol, and then it's got devil horns, right?
Yeah, I see it. No two ways about it. That's a pretty good one, kid.
Seven tousled, Junpei's hair in what he likely thought to be a friendly manner. Junpei feared his neck might break, even though it was clear Seven had kept his strength in check. Thankfully, Snake interrupted. After Junpei's observation, he'd gone over to examine the card reader. This is a Mercury symbol. The marks you mistook for horns are a stylized version of the wings and staff of Hermes. Wings and staff, huh? So she beats you with the staff until you die and go to heaven? Sounds like Lotus, all right. Seven shook Junpei's head even more vigorously, and the younger man began to feel as though his brain was being jostled about inside his skull. He began to feel rather ill. Unless we can activate this device, I doubt the elevator will function.
In other words, we gotta find a key card with a Mercury symbol on it.
So I would assume. They decided to leave the elevators alone for the time being and headed back to the stairs. To the left was another hallway. There were a great many doors lining both sides of the hallway. They seemed to stretch on forever, and all three men suddenly felt very small.
Ah, shit, we're not gonna have enough time to check all these, are we?
Maybe we can come back here later. Let's check out the other side. They turned around and went back the way they'd come. To the right of the stairs, another hallway stretched out, reaching deep into the bowels of the ship. After a few moments of moving briskly down the hallway, they emerged into an area roughly the same size and shape as one at the top of the stairs. On the left side of the room were 4 French doors. Holy shit.
Well, let's open them up.
Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. This area is huge! He gave it a small tug and felt it move. It was unlocked. Thrilled to have found another unlocked door, he threw it open. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw. What's this room again? Okay. I was wondering if we'd go back, somehow. He simply stood unable to speak. Seven's eyes opened wide and his mouth gaped. After a few long moments, Seven at last managed to speak.
Hey, what is this place?
A massive room stretched out in front of them. More a cavern than a room. Can I also just say, we had like really strange conversations about strange things in the first one, and we've just had puzzle solving with these boys. They haven't been like, hey, by the way, this reminds me of ice, or did you know about the Titanic? None of that has happened. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on Seven and Junpei. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses. This is a hospital? He had at last been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room. The room was full of the clean smell of antiseptic solution. In the center of the room were shelves stacked with medicine and a number of medical devices, the function of which Junpei did not know. More importantly, however, on the back wall of the room were 4 doors. Technically, we've seen this, I think. Let's see. No, it's different. It's not letting me skip. 3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers made with thick red paint. The door on the left was labeled 3. The second door from the left had no number, but the third had been given a 7. The door on the right bore an 8. There could be no doubt. They were numbered doors. Oh gosh. It did strike Junpei as strange, however, that the door between 3 and 7 should be blank. What, he wondered, could it mean? It's because it's an exit and they all loop. Let's take a look at those doors.
Yeah, good idea.
The 3 of them threaded their way through the beds toward the back of the room. Upon reaching them, they proceed to investigate each door in turn, but to no avail. Yep, just like I thought. Locked. Now we're in the hospital. Naturally. After all, there are rules to the nonary game, and to allow these doors to open easily would violate those rules. Unless we can authenticate ourselves with the red, the numbered doors will...
Whoa, check this out!
Suddenly 7 spoke up, interrupting Snake.
Look at the red! There's nothing on it!
Huh?
Don't you remember? The red back of the main staircase. If there wasn't anyone in it, it said vacant on the little screen, remember?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
But this one.
There's nothing.
Right? You think it's broken?
Only one way to find out. Junpei and the others put their hands on the panel, but nothing happened. But how did... If 0 was Santa, were they never there to begin with? Okay. Elevators, Mercury, hospital, bottom's missing. And we walked in there with who? But he was with me, so who removed it? And who put them back? The red refused to change. They tried pulling the lever and still nothing. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red on door 8 that seemed to be malfunctioning. The red on door 7 and the red on door 3, none of them worked. Okay, so we're back to having 3, nothing, 7, and 8. Reds not working. Part below missing. And I'm going to put here that we currently have 2 and 7 with us. Okay. What, they wonder, did it mean?
Well, they've got to be broken. Man, that bastard, I didn't think 0 was the kind of guy who'd screw around with something like this.
Whoa. 0's been prepared for everything so far. And you're saying he's going to make a mistake now?
Well, that's the only thing I can think of. This thing's not working at all.
While Junpei and 7 talked, Snake busied himself with examining the red. After a time, he lowered his hands and spoke. It seems as if some of the internal hardware has been removed. Internal hardware? That's what I said. Take a look at the underside of the red, if you please. Junpei obliged and bent over to look at the underside of the device. A long, thin slit ran along the bottom of it. As he looked harder, he realized it was more of a slot than a slit. It's hard to say. And that it was clearly meant to accommodate some manner of electrical device. The other 2 reds were the same. Something had clearly been removed from all 3 of them. Oh, I get it. So the reds aren't working because somebody pulled out their guts. So I assume, but why? And who? I mean, it doesn't really make any sense. I have no idea. Why on earth would I know something like that? And just then, they heard the sound of a door opening. The three of them turned and saw the other five, hopefully. Akane. Oh no, Junpei thought. It's, June. She stopped short, surprised to see him, and was very nearly bowled over by the rest of her companions who were coming through the door behind her. Ace, Santa, Clover, and Lotus all poured out of the door, each of them as surprised as the last to see Junpei, Snake, and Seven. Junpei and Seven were, for the moment, at a loss for words. What are you guys doing?
Why are you...
After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they'd been through and how they'd ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but that hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see one another again. Although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person, each one of them was wearing some manner of smile, almost as though they'd already forgotten about the death of the ninth man. Okay. No, thought Junpei. Perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way, no. The ninth man had died, but they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. Okay, so we've seen most of that stuff before. So interesting. Okay. Other five show up. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei thought, the joy of being alive. Still alive. He felt sorry for the ninth man, but more than anything, Junpei was happy to be alive. Okay, what do we got? This is bad, though. If the red isn't working, we can't keep going. What about the big hallway? Maybe there's something in there we might be able to... Somewhere in there we might be able to go. But this is where Snake disappeared that first time.
No, there's nothing there. The five of us had a quick look. There were a great many rooms, although none of them appeared to have held patients for quite some time. Oh, patients? You mean all those doors are for hospital rooms?
Yes, apparently they have a number of individual rooms in addition to this large central room. There was a door down at the end of the hallway too, but it was locked.
It had one of those solar system mark things on it.
It was the Jupiter symbol.
Jupiter.
I wonder what it means. Confusion seemed to be the consensus. That reminds me, what's the deal with the big room anyway? What is this thing? Was it some kind of huge passenger ship? No one, not even Snake, appeared ready to offer an answer until Seven unexpectedly spoke up.
I bet it's a hospital ship. In fact, it's probably the Gigantic.
Okay, so we're finally getting someone saying some type of non-puzzle related thing. Okay. The Gigantic? Junpei looked at Seven, shocked by both by his knowledge and the apparent identity of their prison. He was not the only one. What's the Gigantic? Seven nodded to Lotus and began to speak. Have we seen this? No, technically no.
The Gigantic.
He explained that she had been a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century. The Titanic had two sister ships who were identical to one another in nearly every aspect. The Gigantic was said to be one of them. She was initially intended to be a passenger liner like the Titanic, but soon after the ship was launched, the First World War began, and she was pressed into duty by the British Navy as a hospital ship. We have seen this before, regardless of whether it'll let me skip it. Sometime later, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. Did it say a German mine before? I knew it was in the Aegean. World War I, Aegean Sea. German mine. She managed to run aground again after the incident and consequently was not sunk. What then happened to the Gigantic after her fateful encounter in the Aegean Sea? One theory ran that a man named Lord Gordain purchased her Lord Gordain, it seemed, had been one of the few survivors of the Titanic tragedy, and that trauma had turned him into an obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic. As his obsession deepened, he began to desire the Titanic itself. That, of course, was impossible. The Titanic was at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The Gigantic, however, had not suffered such a dire fate, and she was the identical to her sister ship. She caught Lord Gordain's eye. Yes, we have seen all of this. So, we are learning this at the exact same time. So 7 reveals Gigantic theory. So you're saying this Lord Gordain bought this ship?
Yeah, at least I think I am.
That's impossible. No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old. Pipe down, just pay attention. What? That's it? Well, have you gotten any proof?
Proof?
Proof that the ship really is the Gigantic.
Well, the ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic, and it's a hospital ship, so I just figured...
Oh, for goodness, don't tell me that's your only reason.
No, I got more.
Like?
Well, I mean...
Seven looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. He scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed and shook her head. This is exactly the same. I guess your memory isn't back yet, is it?
No, sorry.
But it's different there because it's not me being like, your memory. Then, almost as if to save Seven from further embarrassment. Okay, we're gonna hit a time. A bell began to ring from far away. It sounded as though it was the clock at the main stairway. Junpei counted each chime carefully. 10, 11, 12. Okay, is this the same time it was last time? Yes. Yes, it is. So now it's 12 p.m. It's midnight. Then we've still got 6 hours left, right?
Let's just get moving. We gotta find that hardware the Reds are missing.
That's all well and good, but where are we going to look?
Well, we've already searched the big patient room.
They've been examining the room as they talked.
But we haven't found anything.
Right.
Well, there's only one thing left to do.
Just one?
Oh, well, not just one.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me we have to search all of these rooms?
Well, you already checked some of them out before you came here, right?
We each checked a single room, so 5 rooms in total.
Alright then, that's 5 rooms we don't have to search. If we split up, it won't be that bad.
No, don't split up! Someone's gonna disappear!
If each of us can do 6 rooms apiece, we'll have the other 48 rooms cleared in no time.
There are 48 other rooms? Lotus did not seem excited by the prospect. Seven fidgeted nervously before responding.
Maybe.
Are we just doing it? Fuck! After some discussion, the 8 of them decided which rooms to begin with and in what order they would go. God damn it. Alright, well that means that somebody is going to disappear, and if it's Snake again, then that's predetermined. If it's not him, it's based on it's either random or based on my choices. Oh. Okay. The 8 of them decided which rooms to begin with and in what order they would go. Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving fore to aft. Is that the same? Starboard side, moving from fore to aft. That's the same! Okay. 6 rooms each. Starboard side. Fore to aft. Same. Okay. They also determined when they would return to report their findings the next time the clock sounded the time. When it did, they would meet back in the large central room full of beds. If during their search any one of them were to locate the missing components, they were to yell for the others. If this strategy failed, they'd return to discuss their options later. The details decided they left to begin searching. Out into the hallway they went, each to the rooms they'd been assigned. However, from far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. It did so only once. It was 1 a.m. That's the same. He jogged through the entrance of the large hospital room to find, 6 of the others already there. It was skipping. They gathered in front of the door. Oh no. Or perhaps, to be accurate, they had gathered in front of the red next to the door number 8. He's not here. It's the same. Had one of them found the missing piece? What happened, guys? It was June who answered him. Jumpy, look. She was pointing at the red. He pushed through the others until he stood in front of it. Immediately he knew what she'd meant. The display in the front of the red was vacant. Junpei sighed. Yep, we've seen this before. Son of a bitch. I'm glad it doesn't just skip way ahead. I'm glad you actually get to choose, because I might want to look at something again. We don't know. It was already like this. Son of a bitch. Wait, who was back first? Okay, so Lotus technically the first one back. Was that the same as last time? Shit. Oh no. Slot had been opened. Somebody returned it. What about the other 2? They're the same. Okay. So bottoms of reds secretly returned again. Nobody knows what happened. Only Clover lowered her head and did nothing. Where's Snake? Yup, okay. Snake missing. That sucks. So this is all exactly the same. All right. So now everyone has split up, right? Yeah, everyone's decided to split up and check in groups. So split up and search is the same. I wrote down what we did in what order last time, but I don't know if that even mattered. And we listened to everyone. So Lotus had a weird proposal last time. She was in the casino. Then we talked to Clover and she yelled at us. When we went to Ace and he asked about the siblings. And Santa said Zero. We told him Zero did it. Santa thinks it has to be one of us. So, let's give this a try. I went to the casino first last time.
I've got it. It was Rain in the library with a candlestick was I actually.
The way she read that emote. Thank you, Karkalla. I mean, that would be pretty bad. Alright, so let's do it hospital room first. Okay. Back to large hospital room. Huh? Why would we go back? I mean, we might have just missed him, you know? Maybe he really was just late. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Okay, let's go. They turned and ran down the hallway to their right. On their way to the large hospital room, Junpei and Ju notice Santa standing next to the number 3 door. Is this the same? It is! We could walk away without saying anything. Would anything change if we did that? Fuck it, talk to him. We're gonna talk to him again. Let's see if it changed. Well, no, we know it's not gonna change. But I want to make the choice I made with him differently. Talk to him. Alright. Walked up to Santa. What are you doing? What, you can't tell? I'm checking out the red. Why? Is there something bothering you? What, it's not bothering you? The guts of the red. Wouldn't you wonder who put it there? Who do you think did it? Shook her head. I don't know. What about you? Who do you think did it? Alright. Who did it? I'm gonna say him. Because it was him last time. Well, seems like it'd have to be Snake, wouldn't it? Oh wait. I said Snake, not him. Actually, I am curious about that. Fine. That's a fine answer. I wanted to say Santa. Maybe he got back here before any of us. He found the part somewhere, put him back, and then went through one of the numbered doors. No, that's not possible. You have to authenticate with at least 3 people, or the red won't open the door. There's no way a single person could get through there by themselves. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. It was a stupid mistake and Junpei knew it. How had he made such a foolish miscalculation? How had Santa noticed so quickly? Perhaps he just wasn't as clever as he used to be. Junpei shook his head sadly. Wow! So if you say this, makes Junpei look stupid. Okay. So in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red? Santa grinned. Bingo! We have a winner. Is this the same? Yes. So it didn't change what he said. Okay. So that's all the same. Alright. Oh, interesting. Hallway with all the rooms. We'll do that next. I think if we do this, we'll run into Ace, but we'll see. Alright, let's go have a look at the hall with all the rooms. I'll go wherever you do. Let's go. They quickened their pace and headed for the bow. Have we seen this? It's still, okay, so it's the same. Oh, right. He's calling for Snake. Ace calling for Snake. Let's let Ace handle it, right? Because did we have a choice with Ace before? We ran to him. Yeah, he didn't say anything, so we're going to let Ace handle it. I'm sure just doing the opposite of what we did is not going to solve anything, but I'm curious. Why don't we just leave this area to Ace? We can go somewhere else. Oh, I don't mind, but where? Well, let's see. Okay, so now none of them seem... Let's do the casino now. Let's take a look around the casino. Okay, let's go. They turned and headed toward B deck. Is this the same? Yes, it's Lotus. Okay. Lotus has proposal. We listened to her last time, obviously. That was our only choice, was to listen. I'm going to say no and leave. Refuse and leave. Because I don't know what this will do. No, that's alright. Let's go, June. Junpei tugged June's arm and led her quickly back toward the stairs. Okay, so you just choose not to have the conversations. Was that okay? You don't think we should have listened to her? No, I've got a pretty good idea what her proposal would have been. We should be looking for Snake. Well, where should we go next? Maybe if I do that... No, because I know what happened to him. It's not going to change. That'll apparently be the same. That, too. Interesting that this is different. Hospital room. Why don't we go back to the big hospital room? Sure, let's go. Took about a run down the stairs. There was no one to be seen. Okay. First class cabin. Why don't we go check out the first class cabin? Alright, let's go. Alright, outside the first class cabin, Clover. Last time we talked to her, was there a choice when we talked to her? No, she just yelled at us. I want to talk to her again. Let's leave her alone. Leave her alone. Something told Junpei that Clover probably wasn't in much of a mood to talk. He leaned over and whispered quietly to June. Maybe we should leave her alone. Yeah, I think you're right. They turned and walked quietly down the stairs. Okay. Seemed like a nice option. To not bother her. Leave me alone, police. Clover had driven home the misery of her situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed. For Clover's sake, they had to find Snake and fast. That's weird. No, he did his best to push away the misery and depression and forced a smile. Okay, so where do you think we should go next? I can go back to the casino? Is she gonna try to prompt us again? Let's go take a look. They turned and headed toward this... Oh! There was no one there. I don't know how to get it to finish. There we go. Alright. Finish. God, there's probably some type of order. If you do that with the right options, it does something. Alright. They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found. And this is repeating. I wonder if Ace is still gonna do that dumb shit. Ooh, okay, so this time, because she's doing the proposal of splitting up and how we can't actually do it with everyone, Lotus wants to leave someone behind, a sacrifice. But now we know they'll be okay. And we're going to say she was right. It wasn't pleasant, but she was right. There wasn't any way that the numbers worked out. If one group was four, the other group would always have a digital route that didn't match a door. When Seven spoke, his voice was strained.
Then you're saying we gotta decide who's gonna stay behind?
Yes, we do. Okay, that's the repeating one. They're fighting. Alright, so he's going to sacrifice himself and stab himself on the stupid anesthesia thing. Yep, flops over. And we tried to, because we were going to drag him in, and he was like, no, I won't be dragged. I'm a big man, you can't pick me up. Okay, now we have a real decision. Ace drugs himself to become sacrifice. So let me look at my notes for this section, which I did lots of stuff for last time. The scribblings of a crazy woman. All right, so last time, obviously, I went into door 7. And we know who wants to go where. Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C. Last time we did Plan B. So our options now are Plan A, or Plan C, Plan A was 3, 5, and 8. Go into door 7. And 4, 6, 7 go into door 8. Plan C is 3, 6, 7. Go into door 7. And 4, 5, 8 go into door 8. 4, 5, 8. So. Obviously, Plan C allows the people that wanted to go into their doors to go into them. Let's see. Last time we were with Clover and 7. This time we'll either be with Santa and Lotus, or Clover and Lotus. So no matter what, we'll be with Lotus. That's interesting. Last time I wanted to make sure I went where Clover went. It's very interesting that I cannot go with June at all. Again. So if you don't go with her that first time, you basically don't see her at all for a really long time. I feel like that's probably going to have some type of consequence. Honestly, my gut's telling me I want to go with Clover and Lotus really bad. So I'm going to say I want door 8. I think I'm gonna go with door 8. Okay, 8 it is. Yeah. Alright then. That means June's gotta go through door 7. What? Why? What? Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain. If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there'll only be 3 ways we can do it. I don't even think I can do door 3, so I don't know why they gave me an option. All right, plan A, go through 7 with 3, 5, 8. Is this the same? No. Interesting. And go through 8 with 4, 6, 7. Plan B, which we've done before. Plan C, go through 7 with 3, 6, 7, and go through 8 with 4, 5, 8. Yep, that's what I wrote down. All right. And that's it. Those are our only options. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now? As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. Oh no. You're saying we aren't going to see each other again for a long time? Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. This is so weird. I feel like this doesn't fit at all. If you didn't go through the first door with her, But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile. Hey, come on, you're making it sound like we're never going to see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. Alright, so we're doing plan C this time. She really wants to tell you about future ghosts on the Titanic. I bet she has so many weird stories that she read on the internet that she needs to tell me. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We gotta split up then too. Oh my god, we got split up then too, but we all met up back. Oh no, no. I'm really worried that splitting up with her a bunch is gonna have consequences, but I'm not sure what. I'll bet that 7 and 8 are just like that. You mean they're connected somewhere? Yeah. Probably. Probably. She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
Well, if they don't connect, neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of that shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through door 9.
Which means I need to make it so... Oh, maybe I need to make it so the 0 person doesn't get through the door specifically. No, but I couldn't have stopped him last time because he had a gun. June said nothing. I should have also said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again, I promise. June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Yes, promise? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment. Ugh, you guys are done, right? He stretched and continued. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 7 and Clover can take 8. Any problems with that, Clover? Clover looked away and was silent for a moment. Whatever. It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care. Alright, we're ready to go then. Let's move. Alright, let's save. Okay. It's already 3. Thank God we are streaming so long today. We have so much to do. I will be right back. Feel free to stretch your body, get a snack, get a drink. Come back and tell me what your snack is so I can pretend I get to eat it too. You know what I want? I want frozen grapes. Someone go eat frozen grapes. Hello. The stupid worm in my head wants me to say bathroomed. Like I'm coming back from a quest and it's like bathroomed. I went to the bathroom. Help. What? You will not be eating frozen grapes. Do you not like them, Tylo? I've never heard of anybody hate them. Frozen grapes in a 1,000-degree weather sounds good. It's not even that hot today. Hold on. I'll tell you how hot it is outside. It is 85 degrees. That's nothing. You've never ate them before? Oh, I highly recommend them. They're so good. Yeah, you just like take your grapes and put them in the freezer, and when it's hot, break off a chunk. You can cut them with scissors. Just put them in a bowl and eat them while they're frozen. It's nature's popsicle. Oh my god. So this weekend we had a bunch of people over for the 4th of July. It meant to just be like 2 friends, and then all of a sudden it was me and Rain and 6 other people. It was fun. And we ate lots of weird hot dogs and snacks. And I forgot that I bought those like stupid rocket pops that are 4th of July colors. I forgot. So now I have a fridge with a whole box of rocket pops. I don't like them. I just bought them because I was going to be like, happy 4th of July. So that was silly. Dumb. Yeah, weird dogs. I mean, veggie dogs. I had Field Roast has like 2 vegetarian hot dogs. One of them is like a ballpark Frank style thin hot dog, and the other one's like a big sausage, and I had one of each. They're very good. All right. Back to the video game. Now that you've heard that I have stupid popsicles I can't get rid of in my fridge. Technically, they're in my freezer. All right. Let's move. I don't trust Santa still, which is not good. All right. At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Santa, 7, and June walked towards door number 7. All right, I have this written down. While Clover, Lotus, and Jinbei headed for door 8. All right, totally new thing. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. Then Lotus laid her hand against her chest and turned to Jinbei and Clover. Oh. Are you ready? Yeah. Yes. Then shall we go? All right. New group, new group. Pia, 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 pia. Pia, pia. Girls, girls, girls. Wait. That looks a little better. Her arm is so tiny. We've got to have it like more squished in. Kate. Door opened. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. Lotus and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in their bracelets had been activated. Jinbei stepped forward and to follow them, but as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his left, toward door 7. June stood there, a mirror image of Jinbei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds. Ah, we did it again. Then someone took hold of Junpei's arm and hauled him bodily through the door. All right, let's do it. I've never been this way, so it should be interesting. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep. 81 seconds left. Hurry. Lotus snapped at him and ran to the den. Jinbei and Clover followed her as fast as they could. Oh, it was right there. Okay, so we didn't have to worry about it. It stopped. With a shaking hand, she wiped a few beads of sweat off her forehead. Clover, however, was calm, aloof perhaps. Pointless. She muttered to herself without emotion and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Jinbei and Lotus. Lotus watched the girls receding back with a mix of frustration and curiosity. What an unpleasant girl. I bet she's not very popular with the boys. Her sarcasm seemed a little more biting than was perhaps necessary, but she sighed and started after the younger girl. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Jinbei followed. The hallway made a number of turns before at last coming to a dead end. Set into the wall on the left side was a large iron door. For a few minutes, they stood in front of the door examining it. Above the door was a plate with the word laboratory engraved on it. Whoa, a laboratory, huh? That doesn't sound very pleasant. Wait a minute. So last time... we ended up in the operating room. I don't have maps this time either. All the other places I went led to maps and information and exposition, and this path is just puzzles. All right, so laboratory. I don't like the look of this place. Me either, but there aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices. Jinbei. Huh? Please, you first. Jinbei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect. Gah. Jinbei muttered to himself and pushed open the iron door. His first steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear that there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in, and Clover brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into two separate areas by a curved wall. A thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to see into the other side of the division. Junpei walked to the window and looked through. What the hell? He wasn't sure what else to say. It's like a operation observation room. I looked at it from the map, and it looked weird. Like this. In the center of the room, shaped like a quarter circle, a mannequin lay on what looked like a medical exam table. That looks so creepy. Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up next to him. You don't think that thing's gonna suddenly sit up or something, do you? Well, I don't know. I mean, look at all the cables sticking out of it. If we press the wrong button, I don't know. Stop it! Just thinking about it is terrifying. She was gripping her arms, the knuckles on her hands white. It was then that Junpei noticed Clover. She was still standing near the entrance of the room. Her face had the appearance of calm, but it was drawn and somehow sad. There was something almost pitiful about her. Junpei walked over to her as kindly as he could, and spoke. Are you okay? Clover looked away. What are you talking about? What? I'm just worried about you. You've been really quiet. What, I can be quiet if I want to? Well, I mean, of course you can. Okay then. If I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay? Come on, you know I can't do that. We gotta work together. Clover bit her lip and was silent for a moment, then suddenly... Junpei, you just don't get it! Her cry took Junpei by surprise, and he stumbled backward a few steps alarmed. My brother's not the kind of person who'd just leave me behind. Something happened to him. Something bad. Junpei had nothing to say. Lotus jolted from her mannequin nightmares. By Clover's voice turned toward them. What happened? Clover's eyes slid to Lotus, then back to Junpei. Look, just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone. Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk quickly away. Hey! Wait, Clover, hold on! He might as well have been talking to a wall for all the notice she took of his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. Without even slowing down, she passed through the doorway. Okay, bye. Wait, what the fuck? And without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis, sealing Clover in. What the heck? What's going on here? Oh, shit. Okay. Crap. Hang on. I'll get it open. Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined him. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but... Grr. Damn it, it's not moving. Oh, wait. Are you just gonna give up and just like that? No, I'm not giving up. This has got to be another one of Zero's puzzles. If it is, then there's got to be a way to open it. Junpei nodded. Just what I was thinking. Alright, now all we gotta do is find it. Lotus and I can look around here. Clover, you're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there. Oh, yeah, I'm on it. Okay. We've never had a puzzle where we're separated like this before. Interesting. Alright, seeking a way out. Alright, laboratory. So she's trapped in there? Junpei, do something, please. I don't know what to do. Quick, figure out how I'm gonna get out of here. I don't know. The silver handrail. Huh? Clover, there's a door in the back, isn't there? Wait, right there. I'll take a look. Oh no, it's locked. I can't get it to move. A window made of really thick glass. I don't think even a bullet could break it. Shit. What about up there? Nope. Okay. Whoa, what? What the heck? Lockers? Oh. Ethanol? Ethanol? I wonder if this is for antisepsis? Oh, it says anhydrous ethanol. I don't know what that means, so I'm writing it down. Anhydrous? Is that different from the regular ethanol? Come on, it's common knowledge. Anhydrous ethanol is a powerful cleaner. It can erase marks, even erase marks left by a permanent marker. This is a new song. Can erase permanent marker. Interesting. If you want to erase permanent marker, you just use an erasable marker on it so it adds the chemical. I wonder if that's the chemical then. Probably not. Unless. Okay, anything else? Did you know that ethanol is used in some alcoholic drinks? So does that mean you can use booze to clean up marker graffiti? Oh, I don't know about that. I'd rather drink it than use it to clean. Oh, don't drink that. I'm not gonna drink it! Bottle of anhydrous ethanol. Apparently can erase marks of a permanent marker. Anything else? There's nothing here anymore. It's empty. A whole bunch of steel lockers. 9 on the right. I'll have little red lights on them. Red lights, huh? Well, can't hurt to give these babies a try. Yep, just as I thought. Loctite, all 9 of them. I wonder if there's anything important in there. What's on here? These lockers are a little larger than the ones on top. Let's see if there's anything useful in here. No, nothing. It's a cardboard box. There are some papers and stuff in it. What's in the box? It looks like it's quite full. As far as I can tell, it's a bunch of notes about some kind of experiments, but it's all really technical stuff. I don't know. I don't really get it. Cardboard box filled with papers. It's a computer. Mouse. The mouse. This is a computer. The power isn't on. Well, there's a power button. This is a waste of time. What? I don't see a power cable. Oh, yeah, you're right. No power cable. Why would this be in here? Isn't it supposed to be an old-ass ship? Doesn't make sense. This thing isn't even connected to a... Oh, this thing isn't even connected to a main computer, though. It's got to be a monitor, keyboard, mouse, but that's it. Monitor, keyboard, mouse, that's it.
Execute or door 66.
BB Austin, thank you for 66 months. Welcome back. I just wrote mouse instead of mouse. Mouse. No power cable. Alright. Just sticking the power cable in isn't gonna do anything. Oh, I don't know about that. Huh? I guess it might. The keyboard. This is the computer. It doesn't have any power right now, so it isn't working. The power cable, huh? Mouse. Cable? Can't touch it. Whoa. A clock? The hands on the clock have stopped moving. Wait, the clock may stop, but time goes on. No time to screw around. We need to figure out a way out of here. A clock. The hands have stopped, so we don't know what time it actually is. Oh, I want to see what it's... Is it 1:25? What is this thing? This is a keyhole. This looks like a keyhole for an activation key. A keyhole. I might be able to activate this thing if I put in the right key. I think this thing's supposed to power that machine in the other room. Well, it doesn't appear to be doing that. I wonder how we're supposed to turn it on. This is a really old type of keyboard. This keyboard is pretty old-fashioned. Power distribution board and the control panel. They're not working at the moment. There are two levers here. Do you think they activate something? Well, why don't you move one? Alright, I'll give it a try. Nope. Doesn't look like anything's happening. The only thing about the room that's changed is the lever's down now. Not very impressive. I wonder what this cable's connected to. Okay, one side of this thing is in the room with us. The other side extends into the laboratory where Clover is. In other words, the console in front of us is connected to the device in the laboratory. Okay. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know how we could use any of these. Well, I can see for sure that I do know how to use at least one of these things. She does. Thank you for following. Welcome. Gotta move all my cables again. Which one? The one on top. I think it's a power cable. Oh, the power cable, huh? I'll take that. Alright, sweet. We have a... Definitely a monitor cable. Oh well, not a monitor. You know what I mean. A power cable, but it can definitely plug into a monitor. Hi, child. Look at her. Perfectly in the sun square. Hi, baby. You gonna lay down? Yeah. Big yawn. Alright. Definitely a power cable. Do you remember if we ran into anything that didn't have power? Yes. Maybe I can plug it into something. What else is on here? A stand for various pieces of equipment. Some of them might be useful. What the hell's over here? Looks like a control for an electronic door lock. There's a red light on the display that means it's locked. If we can get that light to turn green, then maybe we can get Clover back. Looks like this door is the exit. The door on the right just goes to the laboratory. Nope, this door isn't going anywhere. No dice. It won't open. I mean, that's about as much as I expected. I don't think Zero would let us out of this room quite that easily. Alright, this looks like the control room for some kind of electronic lock. The red light is on. Well, then it's gotta be locked. There's a green light just below it. Although that one isn't lit. I'll bet that'll turn on if we can unlock it, right? Yes, but how are we going to unlock it? There's no keyhole, no card reader, and no keyboard for putting in a password. I have no idea. I touch the knob. Alright, let's think about ways we could open this door. Like what? Okay. Silver handrail. Oh, I can look in. I don't know what kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. Oh my gosh. She's like flipping upside down. Hold on, can I show you? Look how cute! Glowing baby kitty. It's so cool that I can like have her read the things in the room she's in. I don't know what kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. There's a pen laying over here. I think someone's probably used it to make the table black. Huh. Well, if they only used the pen on one part of it, there's probably something underneath all that pen. Clover, do you think you can erase it? Yeah, sure. Oh, this is permanent marker. Jinpei, do you know how to erase ink from permanent marker? Erase ink from permanent marker, huh? Give me just a minute, Clover. I'll be right back. I mean, obviously we do know. Is this like an examination table? There's a creepy mannequin in here, guys. There's something sticking out of the mannequin's head, like wires or something? What the hell were they doing in there? Huh? Why is she all quiet now? They were doing experiments on humans. Probably. Oh man, now she looks sad. I think this thing is a monitor for whatever experiment they were running here. There's a bunch of stuff on here, like resistance, value, and voltage. Power's off, so there's nothing on it right now. I wonder what they washed here. There are these weird colored stains all over the sink. Ooh. It's a wash basin, more commonly known as a sink. I wonder what this is. This thing here looks like a voltmeter, and this is the control for that? Gosh, there's so many dials.
Why don't you try turning one of them?
Nope, nothing. There's no power here, guys. I turn the dial a whole bunch, but even if I turn all the switches on, nothing happens. Lumberjack, thanks for following. Welcome. Mannequin lying on the exam table. I can't really see it very well from here, but it looks like there are a bunch of electrodes sticking out of its head. This is the monitor. There are a whole lot of cables under the table. What's that? I guess this drain is for water, huh? Well, there's nothing here. A drain for water? It hasn't been used in a long time, so it's completely dried up. It's a rack. There are a bunch of cables on it. Somebody cut the outer stuff off the cables. I can see the wires inside. Part of the table's been colored over in black with a permanent marker. If I could find something that could get rid of that ink, I could hand it over to Clover through the bars. Let's do that. Oh, wait. Oh, maybe I have to do that as a separate thing. Those are the stairs I just came down. The bars and the gate are just above me. Drain for water. Can I click on that? No. Oops. I don't mean to keep doing that. Alright, let's... go back to the bars. Clover, use this ethanol. You should be able to wipe off that permanent ink with it. What am I gonna wipe with? Oh, well, your clothes, of course. Kidding. I'm just kidding. Please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. Okay, so she's not gonna... Let's plug in the computer then. Oh, at least the monitor part. Alright, the monitor doesn't have a power cable, so one end of this cable needs to be connected to a monitor, and the other end needs to plug in under the desk. Alright, let's just slip you in. Huh? Well, shoot, I can't use this. What's wrong? The cable has 3 prongs, but the socket only has 2 holes. It's not gonna fit, is what I'm saying. In other words, we're gonna need to plug the plug to change the power cable to one with 2 prongs. Damn it! That's... how are we supposed to know where that is? Alright, that's right. Crap. Alright. We definitely... That's all there is. Alright, she's gonna have to do that thing then. Alright, Clover, can you use the cloth on the table? Use... Huh? Soak it in ethanol and then use it to wash off all the stuff from the permanent marker, okay? Right, okay, so I gotta soak the cloth with the ethanol. Well, she's got the cloth, but she seems to be having a little trouble with the bottle of ethanol. When she's ready, I should ask her to get to work on that stuff on the table. Soak the cloth in ethanol and... Junpei, it's working! It's wiping the permanent ink off. Huh? There's some kind of weird drawing under all the permanent ink. What's the deal with that drawing, Clover? Huh? What did such a... What's the deal with that drawing Clover found? Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table? I wonder what this is. There's a bunch of numbers and some kind of grid. I can't see it from here. Clover, you've got a pen and a notebook, right? Could you write those numbers down and then hand them to me through the bars? Okay. Roger. Alright, to the bars. No, not the drain. Damn it! Here, Junpei. I wrote down all the numbers from the desk on here. Can I just say this is a really cool way to do a split room? Paper with numbers on it acquired. New material has been added to the file screen. Fuck yeah. Alright, what do we have? Clover's note. The note Clover copied from the stand in the laboratory. It has 4 numbers written in 9 separate cells. Is it supposed to be the saddest game of Sudoku of all time? I wouldn't be able to do any of it though. 3, 4, 2. Unless, maybe it is, unless they all equal the same thing. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I hope those numbers are going to be helpful. I don't know. They have something to do with this? A whole bunch of lockers. 9 of them are locked. Oh, maybe it has to do with the, this stuff. Control device for the electronic door lock. The red light is on. Oh no, but they don't have any keypads. There's no way to input a password, though. If we want to open this door, we need to do something somewhere else. Shoot. Whole bunch of lockers. 9 of them are locked. Would it be possible to do it like that? Hold on, let me see. No, I don't think it would. I was gonna say 7. 1, 2, 3. That would be a 5. 1, 5. Nope, it's already too much. That doesn't work. I don't know what this means. I guess that's all there is. Cardboard box full of papers. Curious. Unless... Keyboard? No? Okay, what about over here? Keyboard's pretty old-fashioned. I can't type on it? Power distribution board. They're not working. A keyhole. The only thing about the room that's changed is the levers down now. Not very impressive. Oops. The hands have stopped on the clock. Thick cables covering the walls and ceiling. Stand for pieces of equipment. Some might be useful. Yeah, but are there any things... Everything suggests that this door is the exit. The only problem is figuring out how to open. Can't touch that. Can I touch yours? Hey, Clover! There's a door over here, too. Wait, I'll be right there. I can hear her over there. Is this door gonna... Damn it. I can't open it. Clover, what about your side? It won't work. I can't even move the knob. Damn. Okay, the door to the laboratory is locked up tight and it's not gonna open. Clover can't open the door from this side either. Okay, maybe we could find some type of... Hey, Clover, how are the power cables over there? Huh? What do you mean? Does the plug have 3 prongs or 2? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go look. Guess she doesn't have... Just have to kind of crouch down to get to look under there. Okay, the cable on the monitor has, it's got 2 of those little metal things. What does that mean? That's it. Okay, can you unplug that cable and bring it over here? Okay, but... What? Well, I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer. I can't take it over to you. Damn it, that's no good then. Well, how about just the plug? Huh? The plug? Maybe more like a connector? It's the sort of thing that makes the plug with 3 metal thingies into a plug with 2 metal thingies. Still useless? Not useless. Not useless at all. That's just what we're looking for. Okay. Can you hold on for a little bit? And back down she goes. Alright, unplugged. I'll hand it to you over at the bars, okay? Okay. Here you go. The 2-prong plug. Thanks. Alright, 2-prong plug. Combine. Okay, put the 2-prong plug onto the head of this power cable. It fits perfectly. This should be just what we need. Great. Okay. Alright, I've got the 2-pronged power cable in my hand. I'm pretty sure this will work. Under the desk I go, and let's just plug this thing into the monitor. Alright, that ought to do it. Alright, let's turn the power on. I don't think anything's gonna happen. Why not? Well, it's just not connected to the main computer. Well, you never know until you try. Pretty optimistic. Ah! Jimmy pushed the button on the front of the monitor. With a soft hum, it turned on. Oh. Streams of letters that made no sense to Jinpei began to scroll across the screen. He had hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this. Huh? It's actually working. So it would seem. Isn't this kind of weird? What? Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right? There's just this keyboard and monitor. The only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we just plugged in. So why is it working? Well, maybe it's a wireless display. Clearly, this was a reasonable explanation to Lotus. A wireless display? Yes, it connects to your computer wirelessly, hence the name. Have you been living in a cave, Junpei? He most certainly had not. But is that normal? Yes, at least where I worked. As they spoke, the lines of letters suddenly stopped and disappeared. The only thing left on the screen was the word pass followed by a colon. Oh. It's gonna be a password. I want to pet her. It looks like we need to enter a password. Again? There must be a hint around here somewhere. Could you go take a look? Yeah, I'm on it. What are you gonna do? I'll just see if I can do something about this on my own. On your own? Yep, on my own. Lotus pulled over the nearest chair and dropped herself onto it in front of the keyboard. Whoa! Oh my god, why did they draw her boobs this way? We very rarely get scenes like this. For a second, she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, knuckles popping, and twisted her back left, then right. Alright, let's kick some ass. Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. What? Then before Jinbei had time to blink, she was... What? She was typing at an incredible speed, the click-clack of the keys running together like machine gun fire. What? I don't like that they made his eyes look at her boobs pretty much and not her hands. Jinbei was for once at a loss for words. Didn't expect that, did you? Of course I didn't. What kind of job do you have? What are you? I'm unemployed at the moment. I used to work for a cybersecurity firm, but I quit. What? That's interesting. Used to work for a cybersecurity firm. This is fun ASMR. Why? Lotus blinked. Huh? Oh, it was just something. She stopped typing for a moment and her face fell. This was not an avenue of questioning to be pursued, Junpei realized and quickly shut his mouth. Lotus's fingers began to move again, and in a few seconds she was back up to speed. As she typed, more letters and symbols that meant nothing to Junpei began to pour across the screen. What are you doing now? I'm going to try and brute force it. Brute what? A brute force attack is... Well, the short version is that I just attacked the thing head on. The long version is... Without looking up or slowing down, she began to explain. A brute force attack is one of the simplest ways to break a cipher, she told him. It checks every possible combination until it finds the right one. For a complex cipher, it can take a very long time. The thought of doing something like that made Junpei feel tired, but Lotus explained that she was writing a program that would run just such an attack on its own. It's not the most elegant solution, certainly, but given the circumstances, there isn't much else I can do. Even as she talked, her fingers never slowed or missed a key. Junpei couldn't help but feel a little odd. Oh, but back to what we were talking about earlier. Huh? What were we talking about? The wireless display. It's kind of strange if you think about it, isn't it? Huh? How do I put it? Well, let's say you write a program that calculates an additional problem for you, all right? So you enter 1 plus 1. The screen will show you 2. See? Isn't that strange? No, not really. Oh, come on now. Of course a caveman like you would think it was strange. You said so just a minute ago. Huh? You're just not getting it, are you? Who calculated 1 plus 1? The main computer, right? You said it's connected to the monitor wirelessly. Yeah, but someone who grew up in a cave wouldn't know that, right? They'd probably think that this thing here, the monitor, is doing the calculating. And once they've decided that, they'll start examining this monitor. They might poke the screen or something. Ah, I see. The color changes when I press it here. Then they might investigate the hardware on the inside. Ah, I see. So this wire supplies power. Eventually, they might even cut the wires. Ah, yes, just as I expected. When this wire is cut, no results appear. Therefore, it must be this device which does the calculations. But the truth is that, just like you said, the computer is doing the calculating. But these cave people wouldn't know that, because they have no idea that the monitor and the computer are connected, wirelessly. Lotus continued to type. Junpei scratched his head. So, what are you trying to say? Nothing. Really. It's just, I thought maybe. What if the relationship between human beings and our brains is like that? Huh? Well, let's say you stick a bunch of electrodes into parts of the brain. A scientist examining the signals they send out might say, interesting, so simulating this part of the brain causes this person to see colors. That must mean this neuron cluster controls that function. Okay, let's see what happens when I cut out this part. Ah, just what I thought. Cutting off this part causes that function to cease. Therefore, human thought processes must occur in the human brain. You get it? It's just like this monitor. Maybe the brain is just an output device like this monitor. Maybe our thought processes actually occur somewhere else in the main body. In a main body. We just don't know. We never even think about it. Just like those cave people wouldn't know about wireless communications. We can't imagine that there's some unknown medium that transfers information to our brains where we experience that information as thoughts. Junpei didn't say anything. Not so much because he had no retort. No, her argument just seemed silly, and he was a little surprised to be hearing something like it from someone like her. The brain is just an output device. Human thought actually occurs somewhere else? Did Lotus really think that, he wondered? It was a little creepy, Junpei thought. It sounded altogether too much like a bizarre, cultish religion. Maybe that's the cause of Seven's amnesia. Oblivious to Junpei's increasing discomfort, Lotus continued. Stop! Ma'am, please. If memory is actually stored somewhere else, in some sort of main body, somewhere, maybe he hasn't forgotten anything at all. He's just having a difficult time accessing his memories because the monitor, his brain, has been damaged. I suppose that would explain aphasias and blind sight too. Perhaps they actually can speak or see. The monitor just isn't functioning properly. I guess people with prosopagnosia could be suffering from the same thing. Oh, wait a minute. What? He knew what aphasia was from watching medical dramas on TV, and blind sight was easy enough to guess, but he'd never before heard the word prosopagnosia before. Well, you've never heard of... Okay. You've never heard of it? Lotus spun around in her chair to look at him. And yet, the typing continues. Junpei just shrugged and shook his head. Nope. What is it? Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look like the same as Clover's, or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. Okay, face blurs. oops. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Usually they can make do by associating people with other things, their voices, their clothes, their hair. Does that mean other people's faces look like blanks? No, I don't think so. You've seen monkeys, like in a zoo, right? To you and me, all the monkey faces look the same. Even though they've obviously got faces, it's almost impossible for a human. Sorry, I thought I saw a bug. To distinguish between them. The zoo staff that works with them would learn to identify different monkeys, eventually, but you or I couldn't. Unless one had a scar or something else to set it apart. That's how people would be. Oh, that's how people would be to someone with prosopagnosia. Prosopagnosia, huh? Didn't even know that kind of thing existed. Jinbei did his best to act as though the entire lecture hadn't gone entirely over his head. And, what were we talking about? The idea that your brain is just an output device like a monitor. Okay. Are you serious about that stuff? Not really. I was just kidding for about half of it. What about the other half? Well, I guess I was just adulting. What? Not funny. Lotus's smile had something rather masochistic to it. It's nothing more than a story I made up out of boredom. Don't take it seriously. It was the first thing that came to mind, and I just talked about it to kill time. But it looks like I don't need to talk anymore. Oh, thank God. Stop typing. Why? I don't have to kill time any longer. As she spoke, Lotus raised her right arm high and brought it down on the enter key. The program took only seconds to analyze the system. Chunks of text flickered on and off in quick succession, and then a line of numbers appeared, blinked, and disappeared. The screen cleared, and all that was left was the word accepted. Piece of cake. Lotus would clearly have patted herself on the back if it would not have made her look entirely ridiculous. After a few seconds, the accepted disappeared to be replaced with 9 squares, arranged in a 3x3 square. What the hell is that? No idea. It looks like a puzzle. Suddenly Lotus stood up. Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff? I can't do anymore. It won't let me do any more programming. See? The keyboard. Nothing. So there's nothing more I can do. Well, I guess I'll leave this to you then, Jinbei. What? Let me take a break, alright? I did my part. He wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. Does that mean if they switch rooms we can't do this? I'm so curious. Alright, I shouldn't rely on other people so much, Jinbei thought to himself. From here on out, he told himself, he would rely on no one else. Jinbei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. I'm going to save. Oops, or I'm going to say no. I'm going to save. Okay. Hello, puzzle. Well, we have that other stuff. Meow, I hear you, kitty cat. Alright, so right now, only the bottom 3 are green. And the other ones are red. I'm filling them in myself. Alright, so what is this? Do I have to just press them in the order? Oh, it's one of these. It just gave me the answer. It's fucking depressing and boring. No, it should have let me do it myself. Boo. All right, solved it. Ugh. Just press in order. Should have been harder. Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded like something unlocking. Where'd it come from? It was clearly right there. Look, Junpei! The lights on the lockers are green. Then we must have unlocked it with the computer puzzle. Hmm? Ah! There's more than one key in here. This one's small and looks like it goes to some sort of machine. And this one has... the Earth symbol on it. I think the Earth symbol matches a keyhole in a door on the A deck. Okay. Earth key. Well, if that's the case, we probably don't need the Earth key right now. Alright then, Earth key. I'll just tuck you away deep in my pocket. Now, as for the other key... What key is this? From the shape of it, I'd say it's not for a door. Probably some sort of device. Oh, what is it? I wonder, do you think maybe this is the activation key for that thing? The activation key? Yes, it has to be! I feel good about this. Okay, I believe you. Looks like it's a key to activate something. The child has moved. She's there now. Eh? It was just at that moment that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover. Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute? You're locked in a room! He put the puzzle aside for the moment and walked over to Clover. What's up? I wanted to ask you something. Hmm? Junpei, you went into door 5 with my brother, right? Did you hear him say, like, anything weird? Why is she asking me this? Junpei wondered. The more he thought about it, however, the more it made sense. Snake had been gone for a long time. Clover was quite attached to her brother. Of course she would have been worried about him. He thought back to when he'd gone through door 5, hoping he might remember something. Even a small something that would help her. However... Sorry, Clover. I can't really think of anything. Ah, so maybe... Did we miss a conversation somehow? Clover asked if...
7 plus 4 equals 11. 1 plus 1 equals 2.
Hey, Eddie. Thank you for 74 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the digital root of 2. I hope you're having a good day. See? Said anything. Weird. When we were together before. No choice. Just no. Interesting. Sorry, Clover. I can't really think of anything. I mean, he did mention that his hearing exceeds that of a regular person or something like that, but that's about it. Okay. Clover's words were barely audible. She nodded vaguely to Junpei and turned to walk away. Hey, wait a minute. Huh? Look, I don't know if I should ask you things, but if you don't mind, I was hoping you could tell me if, is Snake... I mean, was he born? You're talking about his eyes? Yeah. No, he wasn't born blind. When he was a kid, he got in an accident. A really bad car accident. Okay. He couldn't see after that. And his arm. His arm? Yeah. My brother's left arm is... It's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm. Okay. Which arm? Left arm. Also fake. Alright, so we finally have a reveal before hand. So if we find him... but I don't think we'll be able to go in. Or did we go in? Whatever. The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm. Is that all you wanted to ask me? Talking about her brother had clearly been taken a great deal out of Clover. Junpei nodded. Look, I'm sorry for making you talk about all that painful stuff. Clover only shook her head and walked off down the stairs. That is important, though. Alright, so if you do it like this, you get that reveal sooner. Can you say anything else? Junpei, thank you so much for everything. Huh? Whoa, what's that about? And also, I'm sorry I messed up. Hey, we can talk about this when we get out. We'll get you out, okay? Just hang on, Clover. I'm gonna get you out of there right away. Yay! I think this is the first time I've actually seen a genuine smile out of this chick. Why did you say call her a chick? I'm gonna get Clover out of there. Alright, sick. Good. Renewed energy. Okay, I've got the scribblings from the table already. There's a mannequin lying on the exam table. It's got a bunch of electrodes sticking out of its head. Alright, so it's gotta be for this. This key. The shape sure makes it seem like it goes to this machine. Alright, I'm turning it on. Okay, the monitor's on now, and it's full of letters? Is it? It's showing some kind of warning. Power restored to experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of abnormal subject behavior. Okay. What the fuck? That's terrifying. Power restored to experimental device. We've already inserted the key and activated the machine. Well, it must have done something. This? The mannequin looks so sad. I gotta admit, I'm starting to feel kind of sorry for it. This is the monitor. There's a whole lot of cables under the table. Junpei, this thing here's on now. Yeah, that's because we activated the power over on this side. Could you, like, play with it a little? Okay. Yeah. I'll turn this dial here and... turn. I don't think it's working. Nothing happened. Maybe she missed something. I should ask her to look around the room again. Oh my god. Okay. This is certainly a big room. Oh gosh. Okay, it's 4. That explains her grumpiness. She's hunched over here being grumpy. Alright, I gotta go feed my cat. It's already 4, but we have many hours left. Many hours! I've run over the cable. Okay. I'll be right back. Hello. I'm finally starting to agree with Rain that it's getting hot. I just ran my fan for like 30 seconds. I ran it for more than that, but still. Hey. Oh my gosh. They're just mini hours. Perhaps we can eat a few more. The stream is going for another, I kid you not, I almost said 7. that would not be correct. We're gonna be streaming for another 3 hours. We're streaming until 7. So, actually, on my next break, someone needs to like remind me. I need to look up I made a bunch of homemade pesto because I had tons of basil. I gave half of it away, which is good because I was gonna end up with like 2 cups of pesto, which is too much for me. But I need to make a list for Rain. there's this recipe that's like linguine and pesto and zucchini, and I need to make him a list to get me stuff at the grocery store. So when I'm done with streaming 1 million hours, I can send him to the grocery store to get me the ingredients to make it tonight. I will remember on my next break to make a list. All right. We have to have her look around again. What over here? It's a rack. There are some cables on top with copper wire exposed. A wash basin, more commonly known as a sink. What about down here? A drain for water. It hasn't been used in a long time, so it's completely dried up. Maybe if you increase the voltage. Roger, will do. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to max voltage. Max voltage? Hey! Wait, Clover. Ah, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, wow, it looks weird. What? I think, Oh. Oh my god! The mannequin's head! Okay, okay. That sounds like a fire alarm. Oh, what the hell? Fire detected! Fire detected! The emergency system will be activated. Evacuate the room immediately. Wait, did that open it? The mannequin's head is on fire. Okay, it looks kind of funny, but this is no laughing matter. If I don't do something, Clover will... Okay, hold on. Something just unlocked. I heard it. Damn, the gate's still shut. I heard something unlock. Oh, shit. Junpei, look at the light. Yes, it's green. The emergency system's activated and disabled the lock. Now we can save Clover. Junpei. Come on, kid, jump. She's safe. Oh, man. That smoke is some serious business. Time to close this door again, I think. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Damn, she's coughing so hard she can't even talk. Of course I'm not all right. What the hell took you so long, you big jerk? I was almost dead. Sorry, I was going as fast as I could. You two can do this later. Right now we need to get the hell out of here. That fire's not going to stay in that room forever. Well, it's already sinking, and now we've set the place on fire. Okay. Fire opens. Side door. Okay, but what else is in here, though? What are you doing, Junpei? Not that way. There's a mannequin on fire in the other side of the window. The skin's already melting and dripping off. I can see some of its metal bones. What are you doing, Junpei? Let's just get out of here. Hey! Why are you holding onto the handrail like that? Are you scared? I don't know, I'm just touching stuff. There's no point to holding onto the handrail. Nobody's gonna save us. There's a mannequin on fire in the other side of the window. What are you doing, Junpei? It's dangerous over there. Yeah, I just want to touch stuff. We don't have time to look at that, Junpei. I want to know if I die. We don't have time to look at that either. Okay, she won't let me look at anything. Junpei, we don't have time for looking at stuff. We gotta get out of here. Clover's right. We need to get out of here now. They're not gonna let me. Damn. Fine. You gotta check, right? Otherwise, what's the point of you founding it? We can save again. Okay. Jimmy, Clover, and Lotus leapt out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them. All three collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest, and his whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one, he could feel his body begin to calm down. All right, let's go. They nodded to each other and started off down the hallway. Before long, they found a few new doors, but all of them were locked. Soon, they tried all the doors but one. The final door sat in a corner of the hallway. Junpei grabbed the door handle and was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. It was neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. There was no doubt the voice belonged to... Jumpy! Oh, okay. So we're recombining the troops. He spun around. There at the other end of the hall, Junpei saw human figures running toward him. 3 of them. June, Santa, and 7. They stopped short in front of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air. Hey, what are you guys doing here? What? But we didn't... Before he could finish, Clover spoke. Guys, could you come over here? She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. A map of the ship's interior. It said C deck in the upper left corner. Most likely, they assumed it was a map for the floor they were on. So this gets us that map again. Oh, this is so weird. Door 7 and door 8, the map confirmed what they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they'd found themselves. In fact...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? Till we find that 9 door, 0 ain't gonna split us up. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we can't open door 9. That's how the Nonary games work.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again. Lee Raid, hello. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Perfect timing for a super long stream. Oh, thank you for following. Isabel Love, thank you. I hope you had a lovely stream today, Lee. Ugh, we're on our second attempt. And it's going quite quickly. I just put my stylus down. Okay, there it is. Okay. Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
This is not 999 months, but it is defo over 999 days.
Oh my god. Leah, thank you for 74 months. And yes, I believe I believe that's over 999 days. Welcome back. Thank you for tier 3 subbing. You had a great stream. We finished both versions of Chain of Memories. Thank God you're free. If you guys don't know, Lee was playing what it was like a Game Boy version. There's 2 different versions of the stupid ass game. And he was playing both at the same time for a lot of it and comparing the 2 versions. And a lot of the time he was turning into the Lion King guy. I watched some of it, but I didn't understand anything. Anyway, it was really strange. Another Lee classic. Did the roar? Yep. All right. So you probably know where we currently are if you played this game before, but it's it's a whole thing. A whole lot is happening. As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness. One by one, the others saw what he'd seen. As one, they all moved back toward the door Junpei had only a moment ago been so ready to open. He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. I think this is the same. It's not letting me skip, though. Okay. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke, without looking back at the other 5. Ready? I'm gonna open it. They nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. And it's going to be the hospital room. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be, the same room they'd been in not so very long ago. The tremendous central hospital room with empty beds from wall to wall. God damn it.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying.
The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. I think this is the same. It is the same. Alright, so you don't have to worry about that. So we can skip through some of this. Done 2 more rooms. Yeah, so... I'm doing basically exactly the opposite of what I did in the first one. So I chose to do door 5. So it was me, 7, and Snake in door 5, and everyone else went through door 4. So I had to do a music puzzle, which was fun. I was in the first class cabin, then we went to the casino, and that was interesting. And then we ended up back in the hospital again. And then I went with plan C instead of plan B, and we did the laboratory where we had to catch stuff on fire, and we learned that Lotus is a hacker. And now we have returned again. So that's where we are. So, aha, found the key we needed. The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room.
Okay, so we can write other group found Jupiter key. Octavia. Okay, I usually have a blanket on my lap when I stream, but it's hot, so I threw it on the floor on top of my sandals, and Octavia has come from her dinner to lay on the floor on top of it, so I'm her blanket now. All right, other group found Jupiter key in operating room. Also, I'm getting way less maps and way less information in this one. Yeah, so we didn't have to go in the kitchen. We didn't go in there. It's just very strange. And we don't have all the maps. But we did go in there. We did not go in there. And we haven't been in there yet. We'll see. We got an interesting, the only really interesting information we got this time so far is that, one, Lotus used to work for a cybersecurity firm and quit, but didn't tell us why. It seems to be a sore subject. Speaking of, I should write that down. Didn't explain. Sore subject. And then she gave us a weird conversation about how your brain might just be an output device, like a monitor. We might actually get information from elsewhere, but we don't know where. Who knows? Clover also asked if Snake said anything weird when we were together in that first room we were in, and I didn't really know. But I did ask if he had been blind forever, and she said no, he was in a really bad accident, a car accident when he was a kid. So that made him blind, and his left arm is fake. So we know that before going in. So I'm curious if we'll notice that and immediately tell everyone or not. Anyway, so they found the Jupiter key.
Here.
7 tossed something small and metallic toward Junpei. He caught it and found that the object was a key. On it, someone had engraved a symbol very similar to a 4. He looked over at June, who nodded back. It had been the Jupiter symbol.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that, alright?
Yeah, got it. Well, I've got something for you too, then. Here. It's a Saturn key card. We found it in the kitchen. Okay. Other group previously found Saturn key card in kitchen. We got both of those ourselves last time. I meant lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault. If it gets lost. Jesus. Alright, that's fine. It probably... She doesn't have the greatest clothes to hold on to a bunch of stuff, so... And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. I have like a backpack and shit, so... He felt slightly less than honored. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. Alright, are these the same as before? The Earth key... which had been found in the laboratory. The Jupiter key, which 7 had handed to Junpei, which was in the operating room. And the Saturn key card, which Lotus had just handed to him and was from the kitchen. All right, let me check. I believe that's the same. Jupiter key. Jupiter key, Saturn key, Earth key. Yes, it's exactly the same. They just said it in a different order. Okay. Same. All right. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up. The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then next to the stairs...
Wait! They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words. What about door 3?
Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It'd just lead us back to the big hospital room. There's no point seeing what's on the other side of that door.
There is a point. At least there is for me. There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. Okay, this is the same. Alright, so they're going in and I can't go. This sucks. We only have one place we can go. Alright. So, all of that has repeated. Which means Clover, Ace, and 7 are going into 3. Wait, but then they don't let her look. That means that I won't see it until way later, which means we can't... Ah, shit. And then 3, 5, 6, 8. Santa, me, June, Lotus. We're heading to Saturn door. But it's gonna split. Wait, last time we're going to the Jupiter door and then it split. Right, so Jupiter. Oh my gosh. Hey, Silvertellin. Okay, I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here. Well, obviously, I said of course there's a reason last time. I didn't write it down, though. It's interesting. I wonder why. I'm just going to say no idea. I'm curious. Santa asks for reason we came back. Actually, I don't know if that'll have a consequence. I did just say it, but fine. And I'm going to say no idea. You know, that's a good question. Junpei looked off into the distance thoughtfully. Lotus sighed and shook her head. I can't believe this. You guys have followed me here, but you don't even know why. Junpei, you've got the solar system keys, don't you? He did. He pulled them out. The Saturn key card and the Earth key. Junpei didn't see what they had to do with anything, though. Oh no. Both he and Santa were completely lost. Fortunately, June took pity on him. I don't know if Santa is lost because apparently last time... Ugh. Don't you remember the elevator? On C deck, where we are now. There was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? We haven't hung out with her at all. And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. So the two keys that Jumpy has...
Ah, should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck, huh?
Yes, that's right. June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa.
All right, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lotus and I'll search the Earth one, so you two can search Saturn, all right?
Oh, we don't have a choice here. Sounds good. Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. So no matter what... 3 plus 8... Go to Earth key, and 4 and 5. Interesting. That's exactly the same. No choice here. So weird. I was really hoping we could go the other way. All right, Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. They decided that their initial search should be brief, only 10 minutes. No choice. Same. They'd meet back near the staircase once they were done. Junpei and June headed for the elevators. Sure enough, there was a card reader bolted to the wall next to the elevator. This is all going to be the same. All right. This time, June was afraid of... We're just going to say it. Being locked. I mean, it's probably water, I say again. Locked? But she seemed confused when we said that. Alone with a boy. I wonder if these means we won't do the test where we send it down and back up. After a little thought, Junpei decided that she had to be nervous about being locked up in a small space alone with a boy. In a way, it was kind of cute. Very demure, you could say, he thought. Still, even though it wasn't exactly roomy in the elevator, they weren't going to be pressed up against one another. At least they didn't have to be. Still, it was making her nervous. Junpei couldn't help but think how innocent she was. We are making our Junpei a little stupid. Come on, let's go. Again, he stepped toward the elevator. Oh my god, we're not going to test it. And again, he felt himself restrained. I said, wait a minute. Why? Aren't you afraid, Jumpy? Afraid of what? Well, I've never, you know. She'd never been in an elevator with a man alone before. Even so, she still seemed awfully alarmed. I might get wet. What? Down there, I'd get soaking wet. Well, I mean, of course you would. That's the way it works. I mean, I've never heard of anyone getting soaking wet somewhere. Oh my god! No! Somewhere else. That's true. You don't mind? Mind what? Getting wet? I don't know. I think I'd probably, like it. Gosh, Jumpy, you're so brave. Really? I mean, I kind of think any guy would do the same thing, you know? What happens, happens, right? If you get the chance, you've got to go for it. That's what a man's supposed to do, I guess. You're so cool, Jumpy. I really admire you. That doesn't really seem like the sort of thing you ought to admire someone for. I'm really scared. Yeah. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Makes Jumpy... Oh my god. How do I even write? Stupid conversation about getting wet. Sad face. Alright, good enough. Yeah, I mean, like you said, you've never done it. Oh, done it before. Ah! I hate this! Yeah, so I don't think I'll be able to last very long, and then it'll be over. Oh my god, why won't it end? Over? Yes, I'll go to heaven. Heaven? It feels kind of like you're floating in space and your mind gets all fuzzy, like when you pass out. At least that's what I've heard from people who've experienced it. Yes, I've heard that too. Although I don't think the same thing happens to guys. What? Huh? But it would happen to men too, wouldn't it? It would happen to anyone. Once it gets into your body, the same thing happens to everyone. Yeah, you swallow a bunch of water and then you fucking die.
Well, I mean, usually it doesn't go inside the man. I mean, generally.
Yes, it does. Well, eventually it will. It's not like you really have a choice. Your body will force you to swallow some of it eventually. It keeps getting worse. It keeps getting worse. It keeps getting worse.
What are you trying to do to me?
Nothing. I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm just saying that's what happens. It's a psychological reaction to what you're experiencing.
Was that really how it happened?
It occurred to Junpei that perhaps that was how it worked.
Perhaps he'd been mistaken all these years. Had he misunderstood life so gravely? The thought terrified him.
He deserves to feel this way. Jun seemed to be entirely oblivious to Junpei's mounting confusion and terror. I know most men probably have larger lungs, but even then, I don't think you could hold your breath for 20 or even 10 minutes. Eventually you'll have to breathe, and then the water would get into your lungs. Once that happens, your body won't be able to get oxygen anymore, and you'll start to feel that floaty feeling as you pass out. Ha! Ha! Oh my god! Finally, Junpei understood. He understood what Jun was trying to say and why she was so scared.
Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't last very long.
See? She was afraid that the only elevator button pointed down. Let's hope we never have to click this option ever again. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen the elevators on A or B decks near the central staircase, all of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks. And the floor below the one they were on, D deck, should be completely submerged. That meant... Hey, wait a minute! This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right? Oh, well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise, like it was moving, and then it opened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, so take a look inside. Are you telling me it actually ends up at the exact same thing? I just have to have this stupid conversation. Junpei jerked his head toward the interior of the elevator.
Let us never speak of this again.
Thank you. I'd like to imagine that someone on the writing team made this kind of mistake before and felt insane. And they're just writing their own shame here. It's not wet at all, is it? Thank you for the boo, Lee. Boo, boo. Everyone hated it. Can you imagine being the person responsible for translating this? Yes, I can. I absolutely can. I've had to translate cringe shit before. It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry. Oh, you're right, they are. Can I skip this part? Yes, we've seen this. God damn it, game. In we go. Yeah, I drew that already. Yippee! Yeah, this is all exactly the same. Oh no, they added... Ugh! There's something in here. Hold on, what do we got? It's not flooded at all, see? But there's a whole lot of water. Yeah, right on top of us. What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks? Junpei thought about it for a moment. Well, we'd probably get really wet up there. Oh, we'd probably get really wet up there. Oh. Thanks, game. It was very important. The attention to detail on where it pauses is so clever. Huh? At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can. Once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back. Okay, good idea. Okay, so all of this is the same. Nothing has changed. You guys are leaving me behind. We shouldn't have left him behind. Where did you go? Beep, bop, boop. Gasp. All right, propped it open. Are we going to notice that it's not his arm? He shouldn't have an arm. Okay, the rest is all the same. Also, there's clearly like an LLR written on the wall. This has to be another puzzle. No, we went back out. God damn it. There's got to be a way to get them to notice that stuff on the wall. 2 murderers. Aha. Okay. So the rest was all the same. So, Snake is dead. In the shower room, left side of the hallway. At least 2 other people killed Snake. It happened we were split up in the hallway. Was Zero on the ship then? Is the question. I said of course. That's interesting. Was Zero still on the ship? This time we're going to say Junpei wasn't sure. He wasn't sure. Hey, I'm just wondering about one thing.
And what's that?
How can you be so sure that Zero's on the ship? Ace's eyebrows shot up.
Really, Junpei, I confess I'm a little disappointed. Usually you're rather sharp. Isn't it obvious?
Obvious? How so?
This ship!
Huh?
Zero said this ship several times when he addressed us.
I'm Zero, the captain of this ship. Really? The verbiage? He could be lying. The purpose of the game is simple. Leave this ship alive. As you have no doubt surmised, this ship has begun to sink. You were doing semantics?
If he were here, he wouldn't say this ship, would he?
Yes, he would! He'd be lying!
He'd be saying something like that ship or the ship.
Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Ace's explanation made perfect sense. For an idiot, Junpei felt a little foolish that he hadn't seen it himself. Still, he was left with a question, and it was one of no small importance. If Zero's on the ship, where is he? This is the same, isn't it? Yes. Okay. So she said... yeah, Zero's one of us. One of us. We're gonna say that's crazy. We're being stupid this time, I guess, even though I tried to avoid it earlier. That's crazy! Isn't the ship going to sink in a few hours? If Zero were here with us, he'd be putting himself in danger. Why the hell would he do something like that? There's no motive! Clover looked up at Junpei. Her face fell. You don't believe me. Her eyes were so pitiful. The moment Junpei met them, he felt his heart tighten. He didn't think what he said was wrong, but perhaps the way he'd said it had been. He'd been too insensitive. Ugh! Insensitive. Hurts. Clover. Man, I really made a lot of good choices in our first run through with this shit. Clover had just lost her brother. His death would have been bad enough, but she'd also seen the blasted wreck of his body. But then she should know it's not his arm! Junpei barely knew him, and the sight had been enough to make him sick. I should have noticed! What Clover had felt, he couldn't begin to imagine. In the mental state she must have been in, it was understandable that she would look at those around her with suspicion. She felt everyone was against her. The least Junpei could have done was try to understand what she was feeling. God damn it. He felt ashamed of what he'd said. Perhaps he thought he should apologize, but before that apology could begin...
Clover, I understand what you're feeling. You don't feel you can trust any of us.
Ace had beaten Junpei to the punch. As he spoke to Clover, his face was calm and friendly.
But you have to understand, the more we distrust one another, the further we fall into our true foe's trap. Zero was the one who did those horrible things to your brother. Do you want to let yourself be manipulated by someone who would do such a horrible thing?
Clover didn't answer. She didn't even look at Ace. The whole time her eyes were on Junpei. He could feel Clover's eyes boring into him. They were the color of a deep winter lake. Junpei saw no suspicion in them, only sadness. Oh my god! I like the first one better. Then in that horrible silence... Oh, we're getting a time update. Alright, so the last time we had this conversation, it was 3 a.m. So it's probably 3 a.m. again, but we'll wait. They heard the bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. 3 in the morning. Alright, 3 a.m. as well. That means we have 3 hours left.
Then we need to move now. 7, Clover. I know how you feel. But you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you?
Is this the same? No, it's different. 7 and Clover remained silent. It's interesting because 7 didn't say too much that we were reading that was new. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away.
We must go. We have very little time left.
Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going. Their next destination was Mercury. Right, which is not true. We don't all know that. This is the same. Right, we learned about Mercury, so we're headed to Mercury. Okay. Alright, so this fucking shit. And we can lie or we can not lie. Now we know that we have a weird choice that includes lying. Alright, so save. Oops. There. Oh my god. I fucked up. Whatever. I did want to go to 6. That's fine. Because I didn't want to lie. But I'm mad because I wanted to save before the choice. So I guess I'm going to do that now because I don't know how to press buttons. Okay. So, last time we learned... Where's 3 a.m.? 3... Okay, Ace knew I cheated. Hold on. Here we go. Other group, go to Mercury. 2, only door 9 is left to find. Yeah, we thought that. Wrote down all the stuff. Okay, which door? We pick 6. And we have papers for the other 2. But I wanted to do 6 so we didn't lie this time. So we're choosing 6. Hopefully this is actually not a lie. Humor instincts, thank you. If I can ask, do you already have a theory on who Zero can be? Well, this is my second playthrough, and last time he was apparently fucking Snake, so, or not Snake, Santa, so no, I have no idea. I don't know how you're supposed to, I don't know if it's gonna change. I don't know. I don't know if it's random. I have no idea, so I don't know. I want to go through door 6. Junpei flipped open the piece of paper. It read Junpei door 6. Of course it did. He'd written it after all. That's a problem. June spoke barely above a whisper, but they all knew what she'd said. None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want. Okay, so this should be the same stuff. Okay.
Clover and I chose door 1, correct? Lotus and I chose door 2.
Lotus and I chose door 2. Yes. That's the same. That's not enough people to open a numbered door, however.
The digital routes don't match up either.
We've got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6. Yes, because I don't want him to get that gun! I don't want him to get the gun. But our digital route is 5. If we're gonna open that door, we need a 1. Damn, what are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do? Junpei crossed his arms and did his best to put his thoughts in order. The others followed suit, but with little result. Eventually, Clover broke the silence. Okay. Why don't Seven and Lotus go through door 1? Wait. Why would we do that? Okay, so none of the numbers work this way. Seven and Lotus should go through 1. Says Clover. With me. Her face was cold and flat, as was her voice, but her logic was sound. Okay. Seven and Lotus looked at each other. 7 plus 8 plus 4, 19. 1 plus 9, 10. 1 plus 0, 1. The first problem resolved, Ace spoke up.
What about, me?
Isn't that obvious? Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
You mean I should join Santa's team?
Clover nodded, her face still cold and emotionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl of only a few hours before. No one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable given the horrible situation in which she had found herself, but even so. This is fucked because we're not going with her now.
I understand. I will go through door 6 then. If we do as Clover suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door. No one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution.
Okay, so we're doing 3, 6, 5, and 1 through door. Wait, but then who's gonna check the other door? No one. 7, Lotus, what do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with it.
Me either. Alright then, we're good to go. So we can't check all the doors this way. So hold on. Last time... Gosh. Last time it worked out. Last time we went through door 1. And it was me and Clover and Ace. And that was fine. And I don't remember what they did. God. Alright, well, we know exactly what we're doing this time. So... Hold on, I gotta check. No, it's just puzzles. Ace came in. We were in the wheel room and chart room last time. That's where 1 led. 6 is on deck E. Because I drew the thing. I really want to go into 2 next time so I can see. Because I think that's the one that has the coffin or something. Though that's where we... No, that's where we end up later. So it doesn't... Meow, 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 meow. Or does it? I'm so confused. Notes I cheated. Shoot. All right. We're just going to do it and see what happens. At last, Junpei and the other two had managed to separate themselves into two teams. Or whatever, you know what I'm saying. Okay, so Clover, Seven, and Lotus headed to A deck, where the 1 was. A deck. Near the main staircase. Junpei, June, Ace, and Santa, however, took the elevator to E deck. The ride to E deck was a silent one. All right, let's go. Santa's words jolted them into action, and they stepped out of the elevator into a long, straight hallway. All right, so we only got to peep this before. We didn't get to go in. Before long, they arrived in front of door 6. One by one, they put their palms over the red. With a soft electronic noise, it authenticated each of them. I am nervous about this. The door opened, and all at once, all 4 of them leapt through it. Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door they'd entered through. They gathered around it quickly and hurriedly placed their palms on it for authentication one by one. Okay, we didn't have to run around or do anything terrifying. Me stylus. It stopped. Yes, it stopped. The countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding in his chest like a frantic, thunderous drum. It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of his throat. He'd been through the doors 3 times before, but repetition had not dulled the experience. He was not anxious to find it dulled, however. He hoped to be free of this ridiculous game long before that happened. All right, let's go. With that attempt at good humor, Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway and found himself staring at a large door. It was a heavy thing made of iron and more than a little threatening. He took hold of the bar that served as its doorknob and shoved it down. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks. Oh, what is this? It was gargantuan and made entirely out of metal. None of the accents of wood or tile he'd seen in the rest of the ship. This room was purely functional but utterly tremendous. Oh, I have this now. What? It's not this, is it? What room am I in? Are we supposed to be on deck E? Unless it's the burned part. Whoa, what the hell is this? Santa got out a few words before awe stole the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps. It was easily the largest room they'd seen, and yet it was somehow closed and oppressive. The ceiling was at least 2 stories high, if not significantly more. It was easily several hundred feet across and appeared to stretch the entire width of the ship. In the center of that gargantuan room stood a massive, rounded building. Even from a distance, the sheer bulk of it was oppressive. Junpei could feel the room, the building, even the air pressing down on him. Junpei and the others were standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk, Junpei thought, although that didn't seem particularly important. All right, let's head downstairs. Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way eventually to the floor beneath them. They moved around toward the opposite side of the massive building, following the catwalk. What the hell? They hadn't said much as they walked, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up.
This looks to be the steam engine room.
The steam engine room?
Yes. The thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. Do you see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. The same thing that drives a steam engine. This one's simply somewhat larger.
I see. Even if Ace was right, the boiler was boiling nothing as they approached it. The entire room was silent as the grave. Suddenly, Jinbei heard a noise behind him. He turned just in time to see June collapse to her knees? Hey, what's wrong? Are you all right? He dashed toward her and wrapped his arms around her shoulders to steady her. It was then that he noticed. You're really warm. I knew there'd be consequences to not being with her more. Maybe. Unless this just happens in here. June has a fever. Is your fever coming back? Yes, it probably is. But I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. I just need to rest and I'll be fine. Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did. Jinbei carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. She let her head fall back against the wall as if she no longer had the strength to support it and drew a ragged breath. Her eyes were empty, as if she was having trouble focusing them, and even speaking seemed difficult for her. Jinbei felt his hand ball itself into a fist and clench tight, his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. Okay. Jinbei has a fever. Not doing well. Okay. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn. They might not have shared the depth of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern. He didn't need words to express the urgency of their situation. Alright, let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon. She managed a small nod before leaning back to rest her head on the wall. I'm so curious what happens if you come to this room with her, but go with her that first time. I mean, we could just skip her. No. So many things to see. Alright, seek a way out. Steam engine room. Alright, so we have never been here. Let me go back to that. Gosh, this is weird. Okay. What's this? What's that? It's a square hole? Nothing in here. Look at the back wall there. I can see 3 small slots. Terminals for some sort of connector, perhaps. Huh? You mean you think we're supposed to plug something in here? Perhaps. What about the button? Look at that button. It's glowing orange, right? That's gotta mean something. I guess pressing it is the best way to find out if it does anything, Santa. Huh. Nothing. There's a square hole on the side of the tunnel. There are 3 slots here. They look like connection terminals for something. This button's glowing orange. Nothing happens when I press it. A small square door. Okay. A tunnel. It goes all the way across the ship. I'd say this is probably here to move coal from place to place. It probably comes from over there. And then the belt carries it down the tunnel and out here. So if the conveyor belt was moving, yes, the coal would almost certainly come out here. Okay. Looks like a conveyor belt. It's not conveying anything right now. Can't touch this. This pillar goes up toward the ceiling. Okay. What's that? Oh. A golden gear? It doesn't look like it was always golden like this. Well, I imagine it was prepared especially for the game. A huge golden gear. I have a feeling it's important. The gear is rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. Is there a track? What's that? It looks like there's a door over here in this tunnel. The belt over there must deliver coal, which is then picked up and thrown into this door. The door appears to be welded shut, however. Damn. Small door on the side of the tunnel, welded shut, won't open. Okay. This is a huge oven for the boiler. There are 3 open areas in it. Each of the open areas has a gear in it. It's so weird. Oh yeah, being reminded about ingredients. I have to tell Rain what to buy me for the grocery store so I can cook dinner later. Hey, it's 5. We're going for 2 extra hours tonight. So the stream is not ending. Thank you guys for all your support. You're wonderful. I'll be right back. Hello. Rain has been notified of what I need from the grocery store. It's literally just 2 things. But I told him I would type it to him as well. Zucchini and cherry tomatoes. Because our cherry tomatoes aren't ripe yet because it's been too cold. And then if we don't have it, linguine. I'm so excited. Also, I totally didn't notice there was a doodle way earlier. I gotta do it. Snake eating the desk. Well, Snake is dead now, so that's gonna be a little hard for him. It's the desk he was petting. I gotta go back to where in the notes we were doing that too. So it's in the right place. Alright, here's attempt 2. When was Snake trying to eat the desk? We were in the 5 room. My arms are wrong. They are wrong now, that's true. We gotta change them again. Bum, bum, bum. 3, 1. Uh-oh. We're gonna have to scoot some people. 6. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Rain put buy ingredients after writes Cesario's note in his to-do list. No! I need to be able to make dinner tonight when we're done. I made homemade pesto with garden basil. I'm gonna eat it. I don't want it to go to waste. It's delicious. Yeah, I gotta fix the arms. We are currently 3, 6, 5, and 1. I guess we could scoot. We just scoot everybody. Meow. 5. That's me. His hand looks like so masculine. I think the like lumberjack style clothing does not help. Can you shrink the arms? I mean, I could technically shrink the arms, but they would look so tiny. Like, you wouldn't... If we wanted to fit them all... In order to fit them all, they'd have to be like this size. I don't know if that's worth it. Oops, all hands. Yeah, we were joking about him like trying to eat the... I remember the context. Don't worry about that. I remember me on stream. I'm just trying to figure out where to physically put it. But I think it can go up here because this is where it was happening. I don't remember what fucking Snake looks like. Where's the copy of the box? Guys, do you realize you make me draw people eating things a lot? I wanted to play Professor Layton. There were a lot of eating things puzzles. There were a lot of eatings of the puzzles as well. What would that look like?
Knowing nothing about the story of this game, every time I peek inside this stream to see how it's going, whatever's going on always sounds like something you totally made up. Karkalla juice.
Okay, to be fair to me, you're not wrong, but also that just means that I'm a great writer. Smile, right? Right? He's got stupid fucking hair. It's hard to draw. I'm not doing a good job. Yeah, literally the only defining feature about him that matters is that his eyes are closed for inexplicable reasons. But I guess if his eyes were injured, we can kind of, like, be fine with it. I guess. I can picture the table in my head. June, I want you to... June has a fever right now, and I'm ignoring her staring into space and drawing a stupid drawing. It's on this hand. Okay. He's got a very high collar. Oh, son. He'll be indistinguishable from the others if I don't draw this stuff, because they're all just people.
June, I know you have a fever and all, but I really need to draw a snake eating a desk right now. That's okay, Junpei. I agree it is more important.
Oh, thanks, June. That's so nice of you to say. I'm glad you agree. How kind of her. She's so selfless. Hopefully that doesn't mean... Oh god. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh no, I bent the paper. Never mind. It doesn't matter. It was a pretty white table, but I can't draw it pretty in white. I mean, it technically is white, but I can't. Alright, I did my best. It's not very good. I don't care. I tried. I tried to make it look like him, I promise. He just took a big bite out of the corner. Just a giant chomp. And now he's thinking about it. Do you know how fucking hard it is to draw one of these guys when you can't look at them? Aw, Dad! Thank you for resubbing, Papa. Thank you for 74 months and tier 3 subbing. Alright, back into the notebook to where I was. It's like those Japanese game shows where people bite into stuff and see if it's chocolate. Oh, that was fun! I liked that episode. I watched that whole episode before. Alright. Needs a salt. Yeah, that's exactly what he's thinking. Okay. Hole. Another one. A huge bronze gear. Oh, this has to be important. Oh, okay, so are they all different things? The gear's rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. And there's a small door on the side of this tunnel. It's welded shut and won't open. Is there a silver one then? Yes. Alright, it's a silver gear. Do you think it's made out of pure silver? No way. Silver's way too soft to use for a gear. It's gotta be a steel or iron gear that's been, like, coated with silver. Ah, shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. What? Shouldn't have got your hopes up. Were you thinking you'd haul this thing back? Nah, but I think 7 could probably carry it, don't you? No, I don't think that. The gear's rusty, but looks like it's still pretty sturdy. The conveyor belt runs into a sort of arched tunnel. A huge silver gear. I've got a feeling it's important. Alright, so we have gold, silver, and bronze. What's this? It's a bunch of wooden boxes over here by the wall. I already looked through those. There's nothing in there. Ah! No! I bet that's where he gets the gun. He's already looking through things. I need him to not. I need to find it. There's a barrel under the stairs. Sweet. Unfortunately, it's empty. Number of wooden boxes piled up under the stairs. There's nothing in them. I don't... Ugh. I'm getting ahead of myself. I want to know if it's the same guy every time. Or if it's different. There's a barrel under the stairs. I can go over there? Wait a minute. I don't want to do that yet. What's up? Stairs to the upper floor. They're connected to the boiler. Oh, I can climb up the ladder. Ooh. What's this? These two columns are different from the others. The lights are red. Huh? What columns? What are you talking about? The 3 sliders on the left are down, but this one's up. There are a number of lines engraved in these. I suspect we're meant to do something rather specific with them. Jinbei, why don't you just move that slider down? Well, there's no harm in trying, I suppose. Nothing. Nothing happened. Maybe it needs to be prepared somehow. Huh? You're saying if we did something somewhere else, it'd respond somehow? Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it. There are a whole bunch of lights here. Most of them are yellow, except for 2 columns on the right. The slider's down. I guess Ace feels like giving it a try. Nothing. It won't move at all. Slider's down. Looks like Santa wants to give this one a shot. Ah, damn it! Nothing! This thing won't budge. The slider's down. Well, let's see if I can get this thing to go anywhere. Ugh! Man! No dice. This thing is not going anywhere. Okay, interesting. What's that? A? One of the doors on the furnace, there's an A on it. There's a circular wheel in the center of the door. Alright, let's give this sucker a twist. Huh? Well, it's noisy, but it opens, and it's totally pitch black in there. We should, go in here? Alright.
Let's go.
This looks just like the door we went into. Where are we?
We must be on the other side, yes?
Which would put us directly above the conveyor belt?
At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've yet to investigate.
Stairs stretch from the catwalk to the boiler. Oh, there's a C one. What's this? A whole bunch of boxes in my way. I can't get through. Oh. There's a wooden box hanging beneath the catwalk. Whoa. There's a wooden box at the end of a rope hanging from the winch. It looks like there's something in the box. Where's the winch? Here? Ah, it looks like a hand-operated winch. But it doesn't look like there's any way to, operate it.
That means the wheel isn't attached.
Okay, the hand-operated winch. I don't see a wheel to operate it with, though. Alright. Maybe we need to find a wheel to attach to it. The stamp pile of boxes is blocking my way. One of the great metal ribs of the ship. I think June's resting right underneath it. We say hi? No? Damn. Oh wait, wooden boxing, can I click on the light? No. Click on that. Oops, that's the camera. Nope. Turn. C. The furnace for the enormous boiler. It's a C on this door. Okay. Back we go. B. How about that one? A huge furnace for a bigger boiler. There are 3 doors in it. The stairs back down should be on the other side of these boxes.
You have an excellent memory. Use that to draw a map inside your head. That way you won't get lost.
Thanks! So there's the winch again. Wait, this one has a wheel. This is a different one. It's the opposite side. The catwalk. This supports and braces the side of the ship. It's not a ladder. Alright, let's give this wheel a spin. What? That's weird. I don't feel any resistance. Ugh! Ah, shit. That's fine. We need the wheel. It's a wheel that seems to be part of the ship. There are some pegs on the back that look like they go into holes on the winch. Oh, part of the winch. Beep, bop, boop. Yippee. Good job, genius. You broke it. I didn't break it. It broke all by itself. A hand-operated winch. The wheel it once had is now in my hand. Let's see if I can get it back on. There's a couple of posts on the back of it that look like they could fit the holes on the winch. Ah, damn, no good. These little shafts are too small for this big hole. It's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway, to be honest.
Well, if that's the case, then...
That wheel wasn't originally part of this winch. Then that means... Yeah, it's like sending hot dog into the hallway, you mean. Your color blindness is acting up on the screen? Oh no. It's very, very gray. I don't know if that helps you. It's like gray and brown only. What's that? Well, anyway, looks like that's the pipe. Looks like the bottom connects to the conveyor belt housing.
Then the coal must come out of this pipe onto the conveyor belt. In other words, there must be a great deal of coal in that pipe.
Pipe that goes to the conveyor belts.
Are there a number of boxes on the catwalk?
I don't think we can go over there. The catwalk. A whole bunch of boxes in my way. I don't want to do that. I want to go... Bunch of stuff in our way. So I'm not allowed to go through there. There's a B on it. Furnace with a boiler. Oops. I should use the... Oh, I'm back there. So let's do B. B is correct. Then we're on the other side near this winch. Touch. Hand-operated winch. I've got the wheel from it in my hand. Oh, never mind. We already were on here. Oh no, he was right. I'm getting confused. B. A. Door. C. One of the doors to the furnace. There's a C on it. We can't use it? There are several catwalks spidering across the wall of rooms. It is confusing. Catwalk. I can see some scaffolding on the wall over there. And B leads to the same one. So I can only take B back. There we go. Alright, the hand-operated winch. There's no wheel to turn. Oh yeah! I've got the wheel! I pulled off the other winch, don't I? Let's see if it fits. Sweet, it's a perfect fit. Like they were made for each other. Not shaky at all. Good. I should be able to turn this now.
Good work, Junpei. We should be able to haul up the wooden box now. You see? The wooden box. It's under the catwalk. Can you see it? It's hanging from the rope on the winch, isn't it?
Why? Yes!
It looks like there's some sort of device in the box. I'm not sure what it is. At any rate, you might as well turn that wheel now. I'm counting on you.
Wheel. Alright, I'll turn the wheel. What's this?
What happened?
The wheel only turns to the left.
It only turns to the left?
Well, that means we can't reel up that rope.
Yeah.
We can only let the rope down. That's fine, we can go down there.
Interesting. I don't think that'll be a problem. We'll simply need to go downstairs after letting the wooden box down. I'll be counting on you, Junpei.
Sure thing, no sweat.
I believe the box has reached the floor.
Yeah. He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box that had only recently hung just below the catwalk now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor belt, near where June had collapsed. Collapsed? Oh, I thought she collapsed again. Junpei could see her, still leaning against the wall as if she barely had the strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she'd not improved. He almost thought he could see heat rising from her body. Okay.
She doesn't seem to be improving.
Ace's expression was inscrutable, but he'd said what they had all been thinking.
Well, of course not. She's not going to just get better right away, you know.
It'll take time. He tried desperately to convince himself that what he'd said was true.
What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps?
Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion. Santa's response was confident and certain. She gets dropped into some weird-ass ship, forced to play some messed-up game. If you think about it, it's a lot weirder than that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know?
So you're saying we're abnormal?
Yeah. We're just running around this room, solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs. Santa snorted in disgust. That's a good time to save, don't you think? Thanks, Santa, who may or may not be an evil man. I honestly don't think it's him this time because I have no idea if it changes. A guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment? Is that what you're saying? I don't know, but it does seem like a possibility, you know? Well, if what fucking Clover was saying in my last one is right, then this is an experiment and it's happened before. With that, he turned and walked away from the winch. Ah! Junpei and Ace followed him. You know, speaking of experiments, Santa suddenly stopped. There was this experiment some scientists did with rats. Oh my god, finally! Some weird Googling. First, they took a squarish C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown. The tanks had 2 exits, A and B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see. Sorry. I just realized that's what the game's trying to do in a meta way. That's why it's giving me all this stupid information. My character doesn't remember, but he's getting information anyway. That's what all these weird science things have been about. Or like if you killed or stopped Junpei, that's not where the brain is. I'm the brain, and this is a monitor. Oh god. I wonder how much more meta it's gonna get. I'm the ghost. Anyway. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. Exit B, however, is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose? There was a moment of silence after Santa posed the question, and then Ace responded.
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
Exactly! The rat goes to exit B! Of course, like I said, it's electrified, which means the rat can't get out that way. So after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A. Huh. I don't want to draw that. B is electrified. And then this half, water. We're going to draw a little rat. And this half is dark. This half is light. Okay.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment.
No, I can already predict where this is going to go. He's going to say that they put in another rat and the rats didn't fuck it up. I don't know. I think the rats are going to talk to each other. You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. The scientists repeated this experiment over and over using hundreds of different rats over several generations. This produced some surprising results. With each generation of rats, they took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose A without even attempting to go to exit B. But even that wasn't the most impressive thing. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory far from the original one with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in the second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial experiment. These rats were not related to the rats used in the first experiment, and had never even come in contact with them, and yet, they all easily found their way to exit A as though they already knew. It's all just signs about how you play the game. You're supposed to use the meta to figure it out. What did it mean?
Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
Ace looked skeptical. Santa snorted at him. How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked out. And we've got to get the hell out of here before June passes out. Without waiting for the response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone. Hey, wait! There's something I want to ask you. Santa stopped and turned around. What did they use the tank? Why did they use a tank for the experiment? Huh? I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown? We just learned about this. It's because when we learned about the experiment from Clover, she said they specifically put people in physical harm's way, because it like enables your stupid psychic stuff. We know about this. Santa gave a grim bark of a laugh. You know the word emergency comes from the same root as the emerge? The word emerge. You ever think about that? Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous, and to emerge means to sort of come out or appear or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration. Inspiration? Yeah. Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need. Okay. The reason you're understanding this game faster than I did is because I played it first and my ghost went forward in time to tell you about it. Sure. We can say it like that. Also, I doubt this is faster. Oh, wait. Did you stream this or did you just play it on your own? Because if there's a stream, I want to watch it when I'm done. So in an emergency, your real potential emerges? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. Need danger. I did not stream this. Damn, played about 8 years ago. That's fine. How selfish. Oh well. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge. Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching and his stomach felt strange. Huh? Uh-oh, that's not good. It's me. I'm making him feel strange. It should have been 9 years ago. Lee, it should have been 9 years ago. Oh. Okay, so I don't have any of that. Back we go. See? I need to go down. Boop. I never went over here. Oh, it's where the box is. What's this, trash? Look, Ace! It's some kind of snowman secret meeting! Ah, those are just bags full of sand. You use them as counterweight when you're lifting something with a pulley system. Man, you're too serious. There are a number of cloth bags over here. There's nothing but sand in them. Alright, there's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. Are you fucking kidding me? Is that not the one I dropped down? That's the silver gear. Wait, can I go up this? What's this way? What is this? Given its placement, this must unlock the door to the left. Huh? There's a weird indentation on top of this thing. You think that means you have to insert something here? Yes, I would imagine so. What is it? Looks like this thing unlocks the door. There's a depression here that looks like it's the outline of 3 circles laid on top of each other in a triangle. Oh, like a 3-leaf clover. A normal-ass clover. Okay. There's a thick iron door blocking our way. You think this is... Yes, it looks like the exit. It looks like this door slides up into the ceiling. Okay, so we can't do anything with that yet. That goes up twice. So there's nothing in these? What the hell? Oh, is that my box? Wait, what is this? Control panel for something? Oh, that's the thing that was on the winch. Because I see it. Control panel for some... Hey, this... Oh, it pops into the slot. Okay. Some kind of machine. Maybe a control panel. Looks like some kind of control panel. It's got 3 terminals on the back. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Wait, can I click on this? A winch, rope, and hook. The wooden box is right underneath. Box is empty. Of course, I could always put something in it. Oh, I could. That's true. Huh? What's this? What are these? What the? Oh, it's for the coal. I believe this opening is for fueling the furnace. If we were to put some coal in here and ignite it, then the steam engine might start working? Well, it's certainly possible. What if I'm supposed to use the sand to make something? Stairs. Oops, not boxes. Nope, not the barrel. Up. Here. Wait, not here. Wait, yes, here. Wait, where was that? Ah, shit. Here, this thing. Not the tunnel. Erg. Open. Boop. Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes. Well, there's only one way to find out. In you go. Lovely. Dude, you did it! Everything looks alright. Okay, but what do we do now? Why don't you press the button next to it? The orange one? Yes. Alright, I'll do that. Pushing. Boop. Oh, I think he did it. I wanted to do it! Sweet, all sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. And, yes! I think I just heard something turn on. Oh? What's that? What happened? Jippy, look! The conveyor belt's moving. The conveyor belt? Whoa! Okay! Clunk! 7 million coals. Okay, I guess it's done moving now. There's still a bunch of coal on the belt, though. Looks like a bunch of it got dumped off at the end of the belt into the wooden box, where we found the control panel. Coal. Coal, huh? Okay. Since the belt started moving, it's transported quite a bit of coal. It all drops off the left end of the belt right into the wooden box. Okay. 999 coals. You got obsessed with this series and since Danganronpa series at the... Oh, and Danganronpa at the same time. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, a box filled with coal. Wooden box full of coal. Guess there's really only one thing we can do with this stuff. Yes. Dump it on the floor. Alright, let's go back over to those holes. This is where the coal goes, or would go, if all 3 of these things hadn't rusted shut. Oh, there's a different one, though. Huge oven for the boiler. No, 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 not that. Swoop, swoop, swoop. Which direction do I face? Wait, why is it fucking up? I know it's right there. Give it to me. Oh, you son of a... Do I have to come down this? Stop. Let me... No, not file. Arrgh! Let me carefully press this and then walk back down. No, it didn't work. Do I have to go this way and then spin? I can see it flashing by me. You son of a... How the fuck do I face that angle again? I just opened some. Where was it? I have to go back up. No, I need to go back in that corner. Hold on. Please. Forward. Not the box. Ugh. The like particular pixel you're supposed to press. I'm not always sure. There we go. That way, that way. Open. Coal. There's a hole that'll let us put coal into the furnace. Maybe we can get some coal in here and set it on fire. Okay, let's do it. Wait, I don't have a way to set fire. Oh, welcome back to stream. It's going great. I drew your doodle. I drew it. I missed it before. Hold on. I'm creasing all my pages. Damn it. I hope you like it. Isn't he beautiful? Alright, anyway. This is a pencil. Alright, that's the last of it. No coal left in the wooden box, and nothing. Great. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Why would just throwing coal into a cold furnace do anything? Oh well, a man can dream.
Junpei, explain it to me again. You're planning to stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up here and make steam, which will then drive something else? Am I correct?
In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with the steam to power the turbine and drive the steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's the gist of it that I definitely wanted to do on purpose.
Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal.
This furnace is enormous, so we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this.
Very well then, if the three of us work together, we should manage to fill it much faster.
I want to help too. Man, I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yes. Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, June. I think you'd better rest some more, alright? But no arguing. You need your rest. Now just stay there and we'll handle this. Okay. I understand. Alright, time for some manly work. Let's get this coal into those furnaces. These idiots. Man, this is a lot of work.
Alright, I think this should be sufficient.
Alright, now we just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches.
Huh? What makes you think I have matches?
Oh, I see. Then how are we gonna light it?
Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we?
Some sort of ignition device, huh? Yes, that makes sense. We should close them, though. Well, put a bunch of coal into the furnace. Wait, okay. We need to go back to the thing up here, I think. Ignite! Is this? I think it might be it.
It probably is. I think this is how we might ignite the furnace.
That means that if we move that thing down... Alright, let's do it. Here we go. They're lit up. Hey, Junpei, look at this! There's big gears turning under the boiler here. Huh? Okay. Ooh, what are those? Hello. The gears.
They're spinning.
What the hell are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. Okay, well, clearly there's something in each of them. Okay, so we have... it goes gold, bronze, then silver. I have a feeling this has to do something with that, like, podium with the circles. Alright, so what's that? What the fuck? Okay. Hold on. Gold here. Okay.
The gold disc.
Okay.
It has a number of lines engraved on it. I can make out 3 colors here, red, blue, and black. I wonder what they mean.
The gold disc. There are a bunch of lines carved into it.
Junpei, the gold disc we found, do you remember where it was when we found it?
I think it was on the bottom left. Why?
Oh, I was just thinking.
Yeah. Don't spoil me, old man. Alright, bronze. I'm already writing that. Yes. The bronze disc. It looks like the red is in the middle. Looks kind of like a sun? Red in middle? Question mark? Okay. The bronze disc. It has a bunch of lines in it, 3 different colors, red, blue, and black. Okay. That one's on top. Yeah, I understand. Silver. The question is, do we want to match it or do we want to make a different shape? The silver disc. It has a bunch of lines on it, but the red ones really stand out, right? The red ones, huh? Yeah, it's too easy. Okay. There's no way it's that. Oh, here's rusty, but it looks like it's a little dirty. I have a feeling it's going to be more complicated than this, but we'll see. No, it was around to the other side. And up here, yeah. Okay, looks like this thing unlocks the door. There's a depression here that looks like it's the outline of 3 circles laid on top of each other in a triangle. Maybe if we put those 3 discs we found into this thing. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's stick them in. Huh? That's odd. Nothing's happening. Maybe you're, I don't know, putting them in the wrong places? Perhaps you have to have them facing the wrong directions. Perhaps you should rotate the disc to make some of the lines connect to one another. Huh. Well, no harm in trying. Instructions for operation. When the disc is touched, it will rotate a certain amount. A certain amount. Who knows how much? When the white arrow is touched, the discs are switched. Please note when the discs are switched, the angles for the discs are reset. Okay. Well, this is all wrong. He put them in wrong. Easy. The red lines on the discs. I think maybe I can make a star polygon with these. That wasn't a puzzle. There was no puzzle there. You found it! Yes, the door's open, and I'm going to save. The last time we solved one of these, then it just auto-played me failing somehow. I think. So hold on, what happened last time? Last time, we went... Where? Ace says I cheated. We had to do the ship's log stuff. We found the dead captain. That was horrifying. We learned about the experiment 9 years ago. We learned about Epiphany and danger. We learned more about All Ice / Alice. I had to solve the 0 puzzle to get out of the door. And then June and the crew found the last door. Clover had more than the fucking note in the pocket. That drives me incredibly insane. Yeah, and then immediately it did that stuff. So we didn't have any other choices. All right, the door's open. Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness was certainly understandable. Ace seemed to share his excitement. All right, Junpei, why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on this door. Santa snorted. Why do we need to do that? Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again. Well, I suppose that's true. Shall all 3 of us go and collect June then? Nah, I'm cool. I'll just let Junpei handle it. He seemed irritated by something, however, and sat down on the stairs petulantly. So you're only interested in being contrary. Ace sighed with an air of long-suffering parent. All right. I'll go get June. I'll be right back. He gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa and dashed off down the stairs. Okay, hold on. Really quick. When we were trying to figure out who could have gotten Snake killed, didn't we determine it could have been them? These 2 specifically? Oh god. Snake and no, it was Snake and 7. Or Santa and 7, sorry. There's too many S names. I bet they did that on purpose to be confusing. No, with Santa and 7. I mean, we learned... Whatever. Did Snake die again? Yes. But it's been very different the way that we've discussed things with people and shit. All right. He gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa and dashed off down the stairs. Before long, he was back on the first floor next to the conveyor belt and June. As he drew closer, she stood up slowly. Are you okay? He did his best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there was no hiding the genuine concern in his voice. Yes, I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry. June blushed. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish. Just to make sure, he reached out and put his hand against her forehead. Good. You're feeling a lot better. She was feeling far less warm than she had earlier, but still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him. Are you sure you're all right? He had to be sure. June gave him a look. Oh, you're such a warrior, Jumpy. Oops. I mean, warrior. June giggled. He wasn't sure if she just made a joke or not, but seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. If she was well enough to smile and laugh, then she really was feeling much better. He gave her a friendly poke on the forehead. Let's go. Go where? Oh, right, I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so... Great, let's go. June clasped her hands and nodded urgently. It's not gonna go well. As they walked back toward the exit, Junpei noticed Santa sitting on the stairs. Huh? He was, however, holding something in his right hand and staring at it with a strange expression. What the fuck? What is this? What is this? Junpei and June slowed down and finally stopped in front of him. What are you looking at? Santa answered without looking up, his voice quiet. It's a photo. It's my sister. Sister? Santa, you got a sister? Santa simply nodded. Yeah. Kid was as cute as a button. Uh-oh. Was? June cocked her head confused. She was only about an inch tall then? Why are you being silly? Okay, hold on. This is new. Santa has a sister. Or had, probably. Santa glared at her. Sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch? Santa didn't smile or laugh. He simply turned back to his picture and spoke. I was her Santa Claus. Oh no, I made fun of his name and now I'm gonna be fucking punished for it. This sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. He glanced at June, who shook her head. She didn't know either. We didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids. So I had to be like her dad. And that meant I bought her Christmas presents every year. On Christmas Eve, I'd leave the present next to her pillow. And the next morning, she'd come running into my room with a big smile. Look, look! Santa left me a present! Santa got me that doll I really wanted. We haven't gotten much out of him as far as this kind of stuff, so this is interesting. I'm so glad that he got the letter I wrote. I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail it to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway, she'd write the letter and stamp it and send it out. Then a few days later, it'd show up back in our mailbox, marked address unknown. I'd open the letters before she figured out they'd been sent back. Once I had the letter, I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she'd asked for. It took a lot of saving, but I managed to buy her presents every year. Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. June looked down uncomfortable. The wall next to him suddenly groaned. Uh-oh. Either he hadn't heard the sound or didn't care. Santa kept talking. Where the fuck is Ace? Well, one year her letter was different. She didn't write a list of toys she wanted or anything like that. Instead, it said, I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true. My wish is that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time. But I couldn't make that wish come true. Some Santa I am. Santa looked sad. Junpei had never seen him look sad before. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Unexpected turn of events. Very unexpected. It's 6, so I'm gonna take a quick break. We have 1 hour left of stream. I can't believe it, but because of all your stuff and making this a 7-hour stream, we might actually finish a full 9-hour whatever play, run thing. We'll see. Unless something goes horribly wrong or horribly right. I'll be right back. Mielo. I watched all of you guys fail to type what you meant. Just know that I was over here going, haha. It's 2 a.m. here. Holy shit. Go to bed. You don't have to stay up. The VOD will be there. Go to sleep, dude. All of you go to bed. Stop watching my stupid shit. This can't be as interesting as sleep. Meow, 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 meow. It's so weird to be streaming at 6 p.m. No sleep till ending. Dude, I don't know what we're gonna do. If the next chunk of this doesn't take an hour, I guess I could start another. Surely there's like, no, because there's probably a little symbol for each one, which means there's at least 6 endings, but I don't know how distinct they would be. Ugh, I shouldn't even guess. I just have so many questions. I'm not going to bed. I've got another hour of stream to watch. Then the first 4 hours of stream we watch tomorrow. What if we are sleeping and the stream's all a dream? With everything that's happened in the game so far, that's a very possible. So, my dreams are pretty interesting. I haven't been remembering all of my dreams, which is great. But I did have a weird one. I can't remember. I told Rain what it was. It was funny. But I can't remember now. Alright. Some Santa I am. We're learning some very depressing things. I'm pretty sure this kid is dead. Santa looked sad. Junpei had never seen him look sad before. He wasn't sure he liked it. Junpei decided it was probably best not to ask Santa any more questions. What? No, we should absolutely ask. But, thank you. What happened? June glanced up at Santa quickly as she spoke. He answered, but only with an effort. She died. She was killed. She was killed? 9 years ago? Was she in the other experiment? There was nothing Junpei could say. His heart felt like a great lump of lead. June bit her lip and looked away. Her face was pale. Alright, let's go. Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed back up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. So this can't be... Junpei and June looked at one another. There was nothing they could think of to say. Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on! Santa's voice echoed across the room from above them. They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against the handrail. He looked very tired. The door had shut, but it wasn't cause for concern. Junpei quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time, and the door opened once again. In single file, they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well. A new room stretched out before them. Eh? Wait, this is a new room. I thought we would just end up back in there, but there might be more puzzling. Eh? Hold on. Let me look at the map. Ah, but so much of this is burned! Wow. Okay. Is this a warehouse? No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight. There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are. Junpei, Ace, and June had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take in their new surroundings. Santa's voice broke through their momentary trance. Well, we probably ought to start finding the exit, right? Let's get going. It's okay. We're seeking a way out. So now we are in the cargo room. Okay. I was never allowed to go back for that little dial thing. Fuck. Facing that way? Okay.
This is still my favorite Uchikoshi game. Enjoy.
Uchikoshi. What? Just doing my thank you for 5 Prime months. Welcome back. Yeah, back-to-back puzzle rooms. I mean, it's not the first time. I'm just surprised that there's one here. This rope? What is that? There's a bunch of bags here. I wonder what's in them. That's 9! What the fuck? Card with a headshot. A card with a 9th man's face printed on it. Huh? Are the rest of us in here?
What's that?
It's a card. It has a headshot on it.
A headshot?
Yeah. I'm not really sure what purpose this could possibly serve. Oh no, it's the fucking... the sound again. I hate this song. Can I go through it again? There's nothing in the bag anymore.
These crates are a little smaller than the others. They look like they're the children of the other crates.
Wait, who said that? Junpei!
Junpei, that sounds like some sort of fairy tale.
Really? I don't know, man. You ever think about how crates would reproduce? Doesn't sound like a fairy tale to me. Junpei, shut up. Okay, I can't click on that. A box. There's nothing inside.
These crates are quite large. They seem to be tied to one another with sturdy straps.
3 crates are tied to one another with several straps. Yeah, I'm basically like jumping and dodging a blowgun. Oh, we can go that way. I don't want to do that yet. Ooh, there's another one. Oh my fucking god. Okay. A card with 7's face printed on it. Whoa! These are Yeah, that's got a little chip. You stick it down. So it's a key card to unlock these. It's locked. We need the key.
All the boxes have numbers on them. Do they? Oh. Ace bent down and picked up something that had been sitting next to the box. Junpei, take a look at this. Cards. Oh! Lotus's face. Okay. There's some numbered boxes and cards with pictures of all of us. Does that mean we need to collect the cards we don't have? Oh, you're not gonna let me do it until I have all of them? Son of a... we've searched all these boxes. There's nothing in them. Oh, shit. This must be... Oh, no! Don't look at that! I'm not cute at all, and I'm not photogenic, and I don't look sexy either. Next to Clover, my skin looks gross. And I'm not sexy like Lotus. I know guys go for women who look like Lotus, but I'm trying to. I'm doing the best I can. So please don't call me a board or a trash can or a cutting board. Oh, wait a minute. I haven't said anything like that, have I? Oh my god. She got made fun of like I did in high school. This card has a picture of June on it, and she probably looks wonderful, and it's not her fault, and bullies are assholes, and she should feel better about herself. It's probably me then. Yeah, we're together. Not cool, man. You took this picture without my permission. Well, it looks pretty cool, though. You look really handsome in this picture. Hey, knock it off, lovebirds. What? We're not a couple. Not at all. Not in any way. Pretty cool looking dude on this card. I can't take my eyes off it. Alright, shut up, Junpei. The lid for the crate. There's nothing in here. Already looked at these. What about the barrels? There's some sort of liquid in these barrels. I'm not sure what it is, however. Number of barrels full of some unidentified liquid near the wall. This door leads to the steam engine room. There's another bag. Okay. Snake? Is that Snake's card? Yeah, you want to see it? No, that's fine. Card has Snake's face on it. Oh. Okay, there's nothing else in the bag anymore. I don't know what's in these barrels. Judging by their weight, perhaps a liquid of some sort. Another 4 barrels next to the wooden crates. Okay. This is Clover's card. You know, looking at this photo, she's kind of cute, isn't she? Huh? What's up? Nothing. Nothing at all. Why does her smile make me feel cold? Because she likes you. A card with Clover's picture on it. What's this? Ah. Okay. It's Ace's card. You look like some kind of European lord. Oh, my headshot. You want to see it? It's actually a pretty good picture. No, I don't need to see it. In fact, we really ought to get back to our search. Card with Ace's face on it. Okay. No snakes so far, huh? Interesting. There's nothing in these crates. Or not snake. You know what I'm trying to say. Santa. Which is especially interesting because last time, he was evil. What the? These stairs, they go up 3 stories. What are you waiting for, Junpei? Whatever, I'm going. Oh, okay. This is the only door here except for the one we just came in through. Oh, then this is the exit. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it's locked. Is it an electronic lock? Nah, just a keyhole right under the doorknob. Okay, so to open this door, we've got to find the key that fits the keyhole. Yeah. Ooh, a porthole. There's a metal panel over the outside of the window. Damn it! What's this thing? Cool. There's some sort of boxy device. Well, there are 6 holes here. They look like jacks for a headphone cable. Jacks, huh? Then maybe if we put something in them. Yeah, something might happen. I don't have anything. Several lights here with numbers from 1 to 9. Only the light with a 9 on it is lit. That's weird. This looks like it's covering something. It looks like some kind of little shutter.
Maybe it'll open if we do something. What's gonna come out of it if it does open? Yeah, like, I know that. Fair. The monitor's off. I've got a green switch here and a red one and some kind of lever. None of that seems to do anything, though. Maybe the power's off. Yeah, maybe. There's a single green light on the bottom, though. Well, that means... what? That we can interact with that only. Probably. Can I go down? There we go. Oh, I can go this way, right? What's that? This is the only area with a fence around it. Jinpei, think you could take a look at that? Sorry, but no thanks. What? Why? I've, got a bad feeling about it. Ah, pussy. Alright, fine. I'll go. Please be careful, Santa. Yeah, but just in case. Wait, what's he gonna do with that screw? I don't see what throwing us. It's electrified, dummy! Duh! Holy shit! Ugh! This. Oh man! There's electricity running through the fence. Looks like it. Then we can't get to the other side. Well, we could jump off these crates, but we wouldn't be able to get back. Huh. Yeah, we shouldn't do that. I think we can get over the fence by jumping on those crates. What are you saying, Jumpy? There's a huge electrical current flowing through that fence. If you do that, you won't be able to get back. Well, if I can move some of the crates over there. Are you even sure you can move them? What if they weigh too much? Then what are you gonna do? Oh, yeah, huh. Hadn't thought of that. We're not jumping over an electric fence. I can't touch this thing? It's a tall fence surrounding part of the cargo room. Apparently, there's a high voltage current running through the fence. 3 crates here piled up like a set of stairs. It'd be easy enough to climb to the top of them, but after that... Why can't I interact with that thing? I wonder what's inside all those crates. Jumpy, look at that crate over there. There's something on it, isn't there? Yeah, looks like a coffin? A coffin? Yeah, seems kind of weird to find a coffin here, right? As if it's telling us search here. What? Fuck. On other side. Search here. Okay. There's a coffin on the other side of the fence. Can I touch this rope? No, it's just the crates. Oh my god. Okay. But after that... So maybe we can mess with this now. In order to open the crates, I'm going to need all 9 cards. Well, where the fuck is Santa's card? Maybe we should empty the barrels. Did I open this one? Nothing in the bag. Nothing in the bag. Oh, there's a little box right there. Wait, we already opened this. No card in the box. 3 wooden crates. 4 barrels next to the wooden crates. 3 crates tied to one another with several straps. Nothing in there anymore. Crate triplets. God damn it. Why can't I click on this weird... Can I click up? What about that one? Did I open this one? Oh my fucking god. I just found it last. Dumb. Useless note. Alright. Man, the guy in this card's one good-looking son of a bitch. Way more class than that other chump. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Huh? What's your problem? Didn't say I meant you, did I? Ah, shit. You got fucking owned, dork. Alright, now let's do it. Okay, they finally collected all 9 picture cards. All that remained was to insert the cards into the slots in front of each box. Junpei stared at the cards in his hands. Ace peered over his shoulder at them.
You know which card goes in which box, yes?
Junpei gave him a look. Yeah. Of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match our numbers to the numbers on the boxes. So for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes into box 1. The card with the picture of Snake on it goes into box 2, and so on.
Ah, I see.
Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn Ace stiffened. Just then... Junpei heard a noise. He spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence! June, are you okay? She did not respond. Junpei spun back around to face Ace. I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You do the box thing, alright?
Uh-huh.
Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you. He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran out toward June. No, we shouldn't do that. Are you alright? What happened? Junpei called out to her as he ran. As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help. Ugh. I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped. Don't give me that. Now's not the time. But it's true. I tripped over a box. Junpei put his palm on her forehead. Her temperature was much the same as it had been the last time he checked. She wasn't hot like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone. Okay. Says she tripped. Still warm. I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know? Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing up. Still, to fall down like that? I think she's probably still a little messed up. June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had. Still. Alright, well, let's get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital. Oh, alright. Alright. The Ace thing makes me think... I don't know. Now I'm nervous. Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep and I'll be fine. Medicine? Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I bet Ace could swing that for you easy. Huh? Ace? Why? Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company. What? No, I didn't know that. How would I have known that? Cradle Pharmaceutical is the name, I think. Cradle? Their flagship product's an anesthetic drug called Soperil. The thing he injected himself with? So he didn't find that somewhere else. What the fuck? This is really important information. Soperil? Soperil? Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard about Soperil before. Santa continued. Soperil is an anesthetic that is gaseous at room temperature similar to nitrous oxide. It takes only a few seconds to spread and even a small amount's very effective. For these reasons, it found widespread acceptance with police and military forces in numerous countries. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer and is practical, ethical, and humane. What the fuck? Developed 6 years prior, it was made from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for soap oil skyrocketed, and as it did, so did the stock of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. I mean, is it just because that is what everyone uses that it's on the ship? Or, and a coincidence, and it was used to knock us out originally, or is he more connected to this? Why do you know all this? Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and simple. I heard it from the old man himself. What, from Ace? When? By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second classroom. The second classroom. Hold on. Ace told Santa at 4 central staircase. I don't know if this will help us later. While searching second class room. Okay. Remember how Snake 7 and you went to door 5? I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know? Are you worried about something? No, nothing. As he spoke, Junpei looked over toward Ace. He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes. The hell is he doing? Oh no. He turned back to June and Santa. June, don't push yourself, alright? Yes. Santa, could you take care of her? Sure. He gave them both a short nod, then turned and headed toward Ace. What are you doing? Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. The older man turned around to look at him. His face was pale and covered with sweat. What happened? Nothing. My vision's gotten rather blurry. I think perhaps because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment. What? What can't you see well? These pictures. Ace held the cards out to Jim. Does he have face blindness? Ace held the cards out to Junpei, splayed out in a shape of a fan. I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing. He made the best attempt he could at self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed, his lips were pale and drawn. I'm sorry, that's a different word than I was given before? Ace can't see. Presbyopia? What's happening? Well, face blindness was called prosopagnosia. It's different. Arrgh. At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired. So if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit. He shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically. How could simply looking at cards have tired him out? Huh? Okay. Junpei looked down at the cards in his hands. All of the pictures were quite clear, and each person easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad? But if it wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable? That was when Junpei remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier. Prosopagnosia. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Maybe he's got prosopagnosia. Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs looking quite depressed. It was reasonable, of course, that he'd feel that way. If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help that much. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best he kept Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being. Oh well. Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes. It was time to solve the puzzle of the 9 boxes. 9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began. Oh, I was going to say, you're not going to make me do it, are you? Ace's card went into box number 1. Then Snake's went into box number 2. Then Santa's card into box number 3. Clover's card into box number 4. Junpei's card into box number 5. June's card into box number 6. Seven's card into 7, duh. And Lotus's card into box number 8. And finally, the 9th man's card went into box number 9. As soon as he'd inserted all the cards, all 9 box lids popped open at once. He peered inside. And each box was a single pin? They looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker. Huh. Junpei collected them all quickly and shoved them into his pocket. Eh? What the fuck? These look like the kind of pins you use for sewing. There are 9 of them in total, and they have numbers on them that run from 1 to 9. These do not look like sewing pins, but fine. Unless you mean the ones you stick into, like... No, I guess that makes sense. I guess. I wouldn't... The top is weird. I'd like to hem something. Mark it. Oh. Okay. You guys doing okay over there? Probably not. Oops. Up. So... But I still don't know. There are 6 holes here, and it looks like the pins I just found would be perfect. But there's only 6. The ones you found in the 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it? Alright, let's see what happens. I think 2, 4, and 6 should go here on the top part. Wait, what? Why are we doing it like that? Do we have some type of information? So we're doing 2, 4, and 6, and then 3, 5, and 7. On the bottom part. Okay, well, some of them lit up. Yeah, 3 and 6? I wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights go on. Well, I put the 2, 4, and 6 pins on the top part and the... Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And doing this lit up 3 and lit up 6. And 9 is always lit up. Okay. Maybe they meant knitting? I mean, they don't look like knitting needles at all. I knit. They don't look anything like them. They're tiny and weird. Definitely look like pens. They just look like the kind... I don't know. It doesn't matter. Pens on the bottom. Huh. You think maybe it's like the digital root? The digital root? 2, 4, 6? That's 12. The digital root of 12 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns on. 3, 5, 7? That's 15. The digital root of 15 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns on. Makes sense, right? I see. The lights that match the digital root of the pins inserted on the top and lower parts will light up. So that's how it works. And there's one other thing I'd like to check. Well, if he wants to try, he's certainly welcome to. So he'd put the 1, 2, and 3 pins on the top. Okay. Let's see. So we did 1, 2, 3, and then 6, 7, 8 on the bottom. Oh. They turned off. 6, 7, 8 is 21. The digital root of 21 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns off. Okay. Turned 3 off. Wait, so they stay on? I would have liked to try a different test first. 1, 2, 3, 6. Turned off 6. The digital root of 6 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns off. Oh, I get it now. If the digital root for the pins you insert is the same as the number on the lights that are lit, those lights turn off. Yeah, looks like that's the trick. Alright, now we gotta think how... Now we know how it works. You want to give it a try? Wait, you mean you know what we're supposed to do with these lights? Well, no, but I figure we could try and see if we can turn them all on, you know? I figure something's gotta happen if we manage that. Okay, turn on all the lights. Okay, Junpei, let's make sure we know how this works, alright? Pick one of the 6 holes, then pick one of the pins in your hand and insert it into the hole. Keep it up until all 6 of the holes are filled. Once all the holes are filled, the lights with the numbers that correspond to the digital roots of the pins in the upper and lower parts will turn on. However, if a digital root corresponds to a light that's already on, the light will be turned off. The goal is to turn all the lights on. All right, let's do it. So the tricky part then is because you have to put both in. But if you do one on the top that is already one on the bottom, it might mess up. So we have to figure out what a lot of them are. And I'm not allowed to use my calculator, because of course not. So why not do the ones they already provide us with? 2, 4, 6, and 3, 5, 7? Though we could also do 1, 2, 3. How do I... What? Can I not? Oh, I have to do it like that. I can't physically drag, I have to click. Alright, 1, 2, 3. And then it was 6, 7, 8. Alright, so that gives us... Three and 6. So let's see. We have a lot of numbers to work with, which is nice. It might end up being tricky though. But as long as I keep writing down which ones do what, we should be okay. And then 8, also 3. 1, 2, 3 is 6. So we could try to do it easier. Four, 2, 1 is 7. Oh, maybe I should do it. Hold on, I have a better idea for how I'm going to write this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I think 9 is always lit up. One, 2, 3, 3, 5, 7. Okay. Oops, sorry, I moved my microphone with my fist. Okay, so 1, 2, 4 works for 7. Let's see if we could make 8. That would make 2? Yeah. Okay, so that was 3, 8, 9 made 2. Do that
Digital
instead.
root or whatever.
Tylo, thank you very much for 72 months. 7 plus 2. 9! Thank you for the digital root of 9. Alright, let's see. I have to do 3. So... Okay. And then... Oh, fuck, I messed up! No! What did I do wrong? Hold on. 9. Somehow I switched off 2. One of those made a 2. Hold on. 9. 17. Oh shit, it's 24. 4, 5, 6. I actually made a 6 again. Alright, so 7, 8, 9 is a 6. What else did I turn off? I need a 1. We could do 5, 4, 2. 5, 4, 2 makes 2. 5, 4, 2. Oh, I should do 2, 4, 5 so it's not stupid. Okay. So back to trying to make, let's see. It's so funny that they won't give me the calculator, but it makes sense. It's fine to do 9, 7, and 1. No, wait. Yes. 1, 7, 9. Should turn on the 8. Can I turn on a 4 or 5 or a 1? No, that also makes 8. Shit. Okay, that doesn't work. So... Then again, I could reuse those. And then take these. Try that. And then... Nope, that doesn't work. Okay, which means it needs to be... I threw my stylus. So I need 4 and 5 now. Let's see, so if I did... Four, so 1, 3, 9, and then let's see, maybe 15. I'm going to use 3 of them. So fuck, that's not gonna work. So I would have to do 7. Plus. 13, no, that also equals 4. Okay, so 2, 4, 7, 13, 4. Nope. So I'll do 2, 4, 8. Yeah, 2, 4, 8. 2, 4, 8. Yay! Ugh. Alright. All the lights are on and the shutters opened up. Hey, does that mean... Yeah, we gotta do it again. What? What the fuck? What do you mean F? Oh... F. F is how I feel. Man, and I thought I was doing so well. What? Okay, so you've got 9 holes and there's an F up above them. I don't know what the F means, but I do know one thing. What? This time there are 9 holes, so we need to insert 9 pins. Man, that's boring. Well, why don't you just try it, alright? To make F? F as in what number of the... Huh? What? Maybe 6? Like A, B, C, D, E, F? Maybe I need to make 6? But if there's 9, I have to enter... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't have a fucking choice. Well, it's not that. Unless it's showing me it once. Unless the F is... The top 3, the next 2, 1. And then not these? Because that makes an F. No. Weird. But if it matters, maybe I need to equal... F is the 6th letter of the alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F. But I have to put all the pins in? I'm confused. Huh? F. Could you be something that's not an F and I'm just not understanding? Alright, I guess I'll try to make 6s. Well, it's still 1, 2, 3. And it looks like it's going all the directions. I don't understand. Hold on. I don't know what I'm doing. So all those technically make 6. Those are the ones that I found out. 8, 9, 10. Oh, but that won't work. 8, 9, 10. Oh, wait. That makes 14, which would be 5. That doesn't work. That makes 7. It doesn't work. Nine. 10. 4. It's 14, which makes 5. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna head back and see if they help me. Never mind. They're not gonna help me. I think maybe this F means 15. Huh? 15? Yeah, 15 and base 10 is F and hex, right? Oh, you stupid asshole. I was so close to meow 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 meow. I'm glad that they gave me a hint. But it's 15. But you know what's funny? Today, we haven't had to have that conversation again because we skipped past it. So I haven't thought about hex since yesterday. Well, Friday. Our last life or whatever the fuck that was. Okay, so if we're trying to make 15. Yeah, but I still don't know how. Is it 15 every row? Is it 15 every row? So let's think. So if it's 15, do they mean I need the stuff in? I still think that is a good idea. To make that 15 somehow. It'd have to be kind of low though. And I still need to use all the pins, so maybe that doesn't make sense. 1, 2, 3. That doesn't make sense. Am I supposed to make each row equal 15? I don't know if I have enough math. But I can't, wait, but I can't make it 15. Because then it's not a fucking digital root anymore, huh? Unless it literally just wants 15 in the shape of an F. Which would be weird. Six digits make up an F. I feel like I'm making this too complicated. Because 9 wouldn't work with anything then. Unless... I don't understand. We have to go like that. If I have to be... If it has to all be 15s. If it has to. I can't move that one. And the 9 and 8 can't go together. I'm doing it wrong. Or am I? Fuck. No. I need less to interact with that fucking 9. Shit, I might just... No? I didn't do the last two. What's wrong? Shit. Hold on. I feel like I'm close. 1, 9, 5, 8, 4, 3, 6, 2, 7. It's 7 p.m. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 6. Oh wait, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. They're 15 across. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 8. They're all fucking 15! Oh, do I have to press a button? F. Seems like the... What? How is that not right? I'm losing my mind. They all equal 15. Is that not what you're asking? I'm right. I'm counting something wrong. Maybe it needs to be slightly different. Maybe... Hello? Oh, it's a oh, there's diagonals. There's fucking diagonals. Okay, that's wrong. Ah, shit. 6, 15. That's 15. What did I do wrong? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, it's you. It's you. This is wrong. Son of a bitch. Oh. Fuck. Okay. Well, how do I fix that? How can it be one off? Stupid diagonal. Which means I need to... No, that's gonna... I'll try on the bottom. Maybe. Do it like this. And then I'll check after. I'm just gonna flip it. 8. And then I had... 1, 9... Wait. Where are you there? Let's do 195. 8, 4, 3. 6, 2, 7. Does that do anything? Probably not. 8, 9, 10. Is this the same problem? Because I didn't move them properly. No. This is different diagonals. 8, 4, 3. 6, 2, 7. 1, 9, 5. So what's wrong here? 8, 9, 10, 11. Uh-oh. God. 8, 4, 3, 6, 2, 7, 1, 9, 5. So we know they're all 15 that way. 8. 3, 7. Okay. It's just the diagonals. Well, we have a 1, 2, 3 diagonal. That can't work. So that doesn't work. Sucks because the 8, 2, 5 does work. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I had 15. So there's one off. Okay, so you don't work. Which means it's a different order. Okay, so we tried... we can do the 8, 5, 8, 4, 3, 6, 8, 9. It would be 627. Nope, that's 897 there. That doesn't work, does it? 9, 11, 12, 13, 14. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay, so we can't do it in that order. That doesn't work either. So neither of those worked. Fuck! So do I have to do completely different? Oh, I was so close. The closest one that I currently have. 3, 6, 2, 7, 1, 9, 5. This is the closest I have at the moment. I am not going to be able to stream anymore. It is 7:10. I have to stop. There's no save point, which sucks. So I'm going to have to reload my last save point, which is in this room. But it is what it is. But I'm not allowed to leave. Yeah, I can't, I don't think there's a way to save here. Wait a minute. No, I don't. It's a fucking DS. I can just close it. I just leave it on and close it. Alright, I'm done. We're gonna continue this stupid fucking puzzle tomorrow. Oh, I'm so dumb. Yeah, I don't have to like turn it off. It's just a DS. It's just a fucking DS. Hey, thank you all for being here. Thank you super much for the extra long stream. You all owe me 10 minutes. Oh my god. Well, we almost did a full playthrough in one day. Or whatever the fuck this is. We almost did the second playthrough. I don't know. I'm going to solve this puzzle tomorrow. Don't worry. I won't, like, try to figure it out. Oh, I'm going to do my best not to try to figure it out in my head. Or think about it at all until tomorrow. I will pause my brain. I will not think about it. Okay. I love you guys. I hope you have a fantastic night. I will see you all tomorrow.